I declare the motion passed.
Second member's motion. Proposed resolution under the Legislative Council Powers and Privileges Ordinance. I now call upon Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan to speak and move the motion. Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. We don't have a quorum, Mr. President.
請議員返回座位。
Please be seated, members. Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. Thank you, President. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. This is a clear motion. I want to invoke our powers and privileges to look into Mr. C.Y. Leung's UBWs on his peak residence. And of course, there are other related issues such as integrity. Mr. Lim Tai-fai said where there's a cause, there is a consequence. So we are looking at a consequence today, and there are more to come, and that is the impeachment motion. And let's look at the cause. Mr. C.Y. Leung said so loudly to Mr. Henry Tan that your problem is not a problem of UBW, it's a problem of integrity. Today, likewise, we would like to tell Mr. C.Y. Leung that your problem is not a problem of UBWs, it's a problem of integrity. So this is what you call upcompens, or comeuppance, rather. Mr. 689 will be going to Beijing to see the authorities. Actually, there's only one. He has got only one vote. The vote comes from the central authorities. He was appointed by the central authorities. So he will be going to Beijing to see the authorities there. So we hope this is a trip so that he can be asked to face the music. And what is this about? And that is whether his position was one that he tricked his way to get. He has not just cheated the central authorities, but also the public and the whole world. And now he's going to face the music when he goes to Beijing. We don't know what the attitude to be adopted by the central authorities. Would they continue to lend support to Mr. C.Y. Leung, to government Hong Kong in accordance with law, or would the central authorities be asked him to come clean? Otherwise, he would be punished more severely. We are disappointed that Mr. C.Y. Leung has not come clean with Hong Kong people. Now let's see if the central authorities would ask him to come clean. We hope that Mr. C.Y. Leung would not admit very timidly to the authorities there and extend his apologies there and come out to continue to cheat us. We hope that he can give us a full account of the questions put to him and the answer he gives to the central authorities. So we have to wait to see whether he will continue to try to cheat the central authorities. He has cheated us. Let's see whether he will continue to cheat us afterwards. We would like to see what will come out of this trip. Let's hope that this is not a trip that will result in condoning his act by the authorities there. Last week, we debated the vote of no confidence. Today, we're talking about invoking powers and privileges. Please note that I'm proposing an investigation. And if the loyalists veto this motion, you don't want to have any investigation, then you should be accountable to the people and explain why you don't want any investigation. Mr. Leung is saying that he is always forthcoming. Actually, he's a liar. He's a con artist. And if you say that we don't want to investigate into the behavior of this person, you are encouraging this person to use the same formula to cheat Hong Kong people. And this is his formula. He will hide the truth, he will blame other people, and then he will say that I was only negligent. So he will try to hide the facts first. If that won't work, then he will try to cheat us. If that doesn't work, then they will say that it's someone else's fault. And then if that also fails, he would try to say he was just negligent or there was an oversight. Why do we want to have an investigation? Although Mr. James Tin already said that he's guilty. He was guilty with the UBWs, with the remarks, and the problems are all true. But how serious are these issues and problems? I want to find the truth. Through this motion, we should ask the relevant people to come and tell us the truth. And then we'll ask C.Y. Leung to face this problem of integrity. The purpose of this motion is to ask him to answer our questions. If this is not passed, he's not going to come back to this council. After he returns from the trip, he will just try to conceal the whole thing, very much like what he did with the UBW basement that he had. There are so many lingering doubts. Let me list them out to see if an investigation is warranted. In 1999, when he purchased the Peak residence, he should have known that there were UBWs. He blamed a friend who's an building surveyor. Who is this friend? We don't know. Is there such a person actually? We don't know. Well, if there was such a person, why didn't he discover those UBWs? In May 2011, he invited some people from the media to his residence and stated that there was no UBW. So was he telling a lie openly? Because he knew there was a basement UBW. And when the former CE asked all senior officials to look into their own properties to see if there was any UBW, why didn't C.Y. Leung did anything about that? He has never explained why. Also in November 2011, he secretly sealed up the basement UBW. Why didn't he tell the buildings department? Why did he conceal the UBW illegally? Was he trying to cover up his wrongdoing? And also when the UBW was uncovered or exposed, he said he was inexperienced in dealing with UBW, and that was the first time. And then we were later told back in 2000 that he handled some other UBWs. In his Stanley residence, on the 16th of July, Mr. Leung said in this council that he did not try to conceal the fact from us. That was the 16th of July. He had already sealed up the secret chamber. So obviously he lied to us. And then there were 4 letters sent to him for more information from him. Mr. Leung said that there was some legal proceedings in the court and refused to reply or provide any answer to the buildings department. He knew very well if he provided a reply, then if the matter came to light, maybe he would lose the court case. So he really cheated to get the position. Because if he did not do that, he did not cheat, he might have lost the court case and his position. Mr. C.Y. Leung attacked Mr. Henry Tang over UBWs, and then his popularity overtook Tang's, and he got the position of CE. So we need to investigate whether he hid the truth to get unfair advantage. And on the 16th of June, he knew that Ming Pao was about to publish a report on his UBWs. He phoned in the evening Mr. Lau Juntou, chief editor of Ming Pao. He said he was only trying to respond to inquiries from the media, but actually Mr. Lau Juntou has testified that there was a call from Mr. C.Y. Leung, and it was a missed call. And on the 26th of June, through the CE Designate's office, he published a statement saying that he denied that he constructed the UBW, the glass structure himself. And then the reporters found some aerial photos to show that the UBWs was constructed after he purchased the property. And then he couldn't wriggle his way out of this. He blamed himself for the poor memory. On the 9th of October, or on the 9th of December, this is what he said in reply to our questions. I did not say that there was no UBW. So once again, he tried to mislead the public. This is alarming. This is outrageous that he could have told such a lie. And Mr. Leung also said that he had never delayed or refused entry by the buildings department to inspect his properties. But he ignored, the fact is, he ignored the 4 letters from the department. So was that not a refusal on his part? And I haven't talked about the Stanley resident of his. If we are to conduct an investigation, we have to look into the action of the Secretary for Development. So was the Secretary involved in condoning Mr. C.Y. Leung's UBWs? There was an oral question put to the Secretary, and the Development Bureau said that there was no liaison or communication with the relevant personnel. By this, he meant the professionals in the department. I'm not talking about the 4 letters related to the secret chamber. People accuse you or ask whether you condoned or you try to cover up for Mr. Leung. You didn't say whether you pressurized the buildings department, whether you had liaised with the responsible officials in the department. And after failing to get any reply for the 4 letters, did they report to you or to your predecessor, Mrs. Carrie Lam? None of that is covered in your reply. And then there was another cover-up. Just before the Q&A session, there was a media question on the UBWs, remaining UBWs. And the buildings department only issued a statement or issued a reply after the Q&A session. So was the Development Bureau implicated in a cover-up there? There are people saying that we should look forward. We should be mindful about the authority that a government should enjoy in order to govern. Well, it's because his integrity is already zero, is bankrupt. He cannot command confidence. And after the Q&A session, people think that he's a liar. More and more people hold this view. So how can there be authority for the government? Instead of suffering for over a prolonged period, we might as well have a solution and ask him to go. And now we are dragged down with him. He has no integrity, no authority, no one trusts his government. How can he govern Hong Kong? I think we should give integrity, a government of integrity back to Hong Kong so that we can have a fresh start, as we say. After he steps down, we can have Mrs. Carrie Lam act as an acting CE, and then we can go for election under a system of universal suffrage. Then everything will be okay. I don't know what would come out of his trip to Beijing. This motion is now before all of us. And if members here don't even want an investigation, then it would be just what I said after hearing Ms. Ang Jiang's speech. Well, she's the #1 fan of C.Y. Leung. He's a fan to such an extent that she is a blind follower. Some people say love is blind, but this is not about love. Politics should not be blind. We should scrutinize people and lies with wide open eyes. We should investigate the case so that we can be accountable to our people, so that we can restore integrity to our people. The government might be lacking in integrity, but we have integrity. We must investigate. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan be passed.
Secretary for Development. Mr. President, concerning Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion to move that this Council appoints a Select Committee to inquire into the unauthorized building works in Houses number 4 and 5 of the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, at number 4 Peel Rise on the peak and related issues. I'd like to speak on how the Buildings Department would handle such cases. In terms of the handling of such cases and law enforcement, the BD has always been impartial, and it always abides by the law in handling UBWs. On the 29th of last month, the BA also published a very serious statement on allegations about the BD, including the handling of Peel Rise in condoning certain parties. It's also pointed out that their staff members have been subject to pressure in handling this case, and investigation. All these allegations are not true, and all such allegations are unfair. On the 30th of last month, 2 professional bodies published a statement as well. In that statement, it's pointed out that in recent times, some media reported on the CE's case of UBWs, and the integrity, professionalism, and impartiality of their staff members have been doubted, thus causing huge disturbance to the BD. And the 2 professional bodies would like to clarify certain points. All along, the BD has been professional in its judgment. It has always been impartial in its attitude in discharging its duties. The statement also points out the professional and technical staff of the BD are able to make professional judgment. They're also determined to uphold professional conduct. They would never allow condonement and pressurization. Irrespective of who is involved, when the BD staff discharge their duties, they would abide by the law, be professional and impartial. That's what happened in the past, and this will continue in the future. From this statement, it can be seen that in recent times, BD colleagues have been facing unfounded allegations, and they're under pressure. When facing unsubstantiated allegations, I find it necessary to once again do them justice. In terms of facts, I'd like to, through LegCo members, explain to members of the public. I hope that your discussions can be based on facts, and I'd like to do justice to my BD colleagues. In handling UBWs, all along, the BD acts according to the law and have always remained impartial in law enforcement. For any UBW case, the department will be impartial in enforcing the law. The status of the landlord will not be considered in terms of special arrangements. In simple terms, the department will not, because the party involved is a senior official or a dignitary in society, adopt a more lenient process. Now, first of all, the BD will take the initiative to carry out site inspection on cases reported by the public or the media. If senior officials and social dignitaries are concerned, there'll still be inspection to allay public doubts. Now, this guideline was formulated in the middle of last year. The media reported suspected UBWs of senior officials and social celebrities. To address public doubts and worries, the PD took the lead to carry out site inspection. Secondly, after site inspection, the BD will, in accordance with the Buildings Ordinance and the law enforcement policy, adopt impartial law enforcement action. Even if the party involved is a senior official or a social celebrity, will not expedite or slow down the process. On the 21st of June, the media reported that at number 4 Peel Rise, House 5 had a UBW, which was a terrace. Mr. Leung Chun-ying was then the CE-elect. We followed the procedures for senior officials and social celebrities and immediately conducted an inspection on site, and detailed records were taken. And the Secretary for Development immediately, that is, on that afternoon, reported to the media the inspection results. On the 22nd of June, the media also reported on a suspected UBW. On the same day, the BD sent somebody to inspect the structure. As a result of both inspections, on the same day, that is on the 22nd of June, an advisory was issued to the landlord to urge him to rectify the irregularity as soon as possible. Also, on the 22nd of June in the afternoon, the Secretary for Development reported to the media the result of the inspections and follow-up action to be taken. The BD also published a press release on the same day on investigation results and follow-up action. On the 26th of June, on the morning, it's reported on the lower ground floor there might be an unauthorized servant's room at House 4. Immediately, we carried out a site inspection, during which we did not discover the reported unauthorized servant's room or other UBWs. But then at the storeroom, there's a wall located at a different position from the drawings. At that time, we could not confirm that the wall was a UBW or obvious immediate hazard in the vicinity. So there's no ground for the BD to issue an advisory or demolition order. On the 27th of June, a letter was sent to the authorized person, copied to the landlord, asking for the structure of the wall and the purpose of erecting the wall, in order to affirm any follow-up action to be taken. Afterwards, the BD thrice urged the person to provide the information. There are queries about why, with so many urging letters from the BD, no action was taken. Why no demolition order or charge laid? Why not apply to the court for a warrant? Or even look into the house to inspect the wall. President, I have to point out that in handling building safety issues, very often the BD will require the persons concerned, including the landlord, the authorized person, the contractor, etc., to provide information such that the department can carry out the necessary investigation and to formulate the action to be taken. For UBWs, in general, when BD handles complaints or carry out large-scale operations, very often a great deal of time have to be spent on contacting the landlord before being able to enter the unit and obtain the necessary information. Every year, the BD receives tens of thousands of complaints and reports. In 2011, over 40,000 reports were received about UBWs. Due to resource problem, the BD must consider building safety as the first and foremost priority, and the BD must set its own priorities. It cannot casually or randomly mobilize staff to break into the unit concerned or apply for a warrant. So unless there's imminent danger, all along the attitude of the BD is to encourage as far as possible the landlord to cooperate with the department. Another case, in April this year, well, let me cite another case to explain. In April this year, the media reported that in the new territories, there was a housing estate with multi-story structures and some with UBWs, which are basements. The BD contacted the landlords for a number of times, and still BD staff had not been able to enter some units for inspection. But from external inspection, no immediate hazards were discovered, and because of resource considerations, the BD had not broken into any of those units or applied for a warrant to the court. Another case, in June last year, the media reported that on Hong Kong Island, there was a house with a UBW, which was a basement. For many times, the BD asked for a site inspection and still is liaising with the landlord. External inspections did not reveal obvious safety hazards. So, in that case, the BD did not break into the unit or apply for a court warrant. For the Pure Rise case, the BD also acts in accordance with practices adopted for similar cases. Letters were sent to authorized persons for information. On the 23rd of November, that's Friday, after the landlord published information on the property, on the 26th of November, Monday in the morning, together with authorized persons, the BD inspected houses 4 and 5 to investigate into UBWs mentioned in the statement. After inspection, outside the premises, the BD reported to the media. On the 27th of November, a press release was released to provide in writing the inspection findings. On the 29th of November, the BD went on another inspection, and behind house number 4, a floor space is an actionable UBW. So on the 3rd of December, an advisory was sent to the landlord to urge him to demolish the UBW. The landlord and an authorized person should submit a rectification scheme to the BD and can only start work after obtaining consent from the BD. Mr. President, I set out the detailed chronology and facts of the incident to allow members to know that in handling the case, the BD has followed established practice. Site inspection would be carried out first, and then by adopting existing policy, we enforce the law, and they've always been impartial in law enforcement. And as soon as possible, the department reported to the media by releasing information on the suspected UBW in order to allay public doubts. Apart from talking to the media and issuing press releases, the Development Bureau and the BD, through various avenues, provide information to the LECHCO to explain the case. Ever since the incident was reported, the Development Bureau attended a number of development panel meetings and answered 4 written and oral questions from LECHCO. We explained to members our policy, law enforcement details, and how the case was handled. If necessary, we are very willing to provide other relevant information to members. There are comments that the Secretary for Development and the BD deliberately adopt a low profile in handling the pure rice case. But in the other case, for 5A and 7, we adopted a high profile. That's not true. In the York Road incident, which was first reported on the 13th of February, the BD went on an inspection on the 14th of February, but in vain. And then after liaising with the authorized persons of the landlord, on the 16th of February, a site inspection was carried out. As for the pure rice case, it's after media reported on the case that the BD carried out an immediate inspection on the same day. For the York Road case, it was alleged that the BD did not disclose its action immediately. For the pure rice case, on the same day after the two inspections, on the 21st and 22nd of June respectively, we reported to the media immediately the inspection results. As for the allegation of condonement by BD, it's absolutely not true. In the pure rice case, at the beginning, the media only reported on the trellis of house number 4 and the structure in house 5. In accordance with existing practice, the BD carried out external inspection outside the two houses, and it was confirmed that a few more UBWs were there. Immediately, in accordance with established law enforcement process, the BD released information to the media. So, the allegation of condonement is unfounded. Just now, Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan asked whether the Secretary for Development instructed the BD what to do in terms of law enforcement. Previously, when I answered members' questions, I also said that the Development Bureau is responsible for formulating policies. The BD is enforcement agency. The Secretary for Development never instructed the BD in any way. Mr. President, it's also alleged that the BD issued a number of letters to the landlord insofar as the war is concerned, and there's no further action. It's said that the BD would condone the action. That's not true. Before we obtain substantial facts, will members of the public agree that we should lay a charge on the deed or apply for a warrant to break into the premises? The BD acted in accordance with established procedures by asking for information from the AP before mapping out further actions. That's absolutely reasonable. In handling building safety work, very often the BD will require the relevant persons, landlords, APs, and contractors to provide information to facilitate investigation and to assist the department in mapping out later action. On the 26th of June, the inspection could not confirm that the wall was a UBW, so the BD has no ground to issue an advisory or demolition order. And the inspection on that day did not reveal that the wall and structures nearby had immediate hazards. So in accordance with established practice, the BD asked the AP for further information in order to formulate ensuing action. There was allegation that the BD did instruct frontliners not to follow up on the wall. That's totally not true. On the 26th of June, BD's inspection indicated that the position of the wall was not the same as that on the drawings. A letter was issued on the same day to request information about the position of the wall and its purpose. So media reports were not substantiated. Mr. President, there's the allegation that the BD has not treated the York Road case and the Pure Rice case equally. That's also unsubstantiated. It's also unfair to BD colleagues. Be it York Road case or Peel Rise case, the department acted in accordance with the building's ordinance and the established practice and policy. They have been impartial in law enforcement. They did not make special arrangements because of the status or identity of the landlord. I have to point out that each case is unique. We cannot compare cases directly. In the York Road case, on the 4th day after the first report in the media, that is the 26th of June, the BD immediately inspected the premises. Media also reported on members of the construction industry participating in the building works. For example, photos and design drawings in relation to the premises, which indicate that probably persons with statutory duties like registered contractors, authorized persons, registered engineers, etc., might have acted or breached the law by misrepresenting to the department, etc., etc. Therefore, at that time, the BD had already had enough evidence to start criminal investigation. For Peel Rise, they did not have similar information. Anyway, the department will continue to examine the information received and contact the AP in order to establish what further law enforcement action would be necessary. The facts and chronology of events that I set out just now, I hope they will allow all parties concerned to understand what had happened, and allegations against BD staff had been unfounded and absolutely unfair to our BD colleagues. When handling the Peel Rise case, the department have followed the established policies, the building's ordinance, and enforcement policies. Impartiality was the principle in law enforcement. And the department had, as early as possible, reported to the media information about the UBWs and the happenings. Apart from releasing press releases, the BD released information to the LECHCO on a number of occasions. For example, the Development Bureau and the BD did attend the meetings of the development panel, and the Secretary for Development answered separately 4 written and oral questions by LECHCO members on policies, chronology of events, and how cases had been handled, etc. We've provided details to members. It's a very important decision to invoke the LECHCO Powers and Privileges Ordinance. So I'd like members to consider the objective facts related to the case. Policies, procedures, inspection findings, and law enforcement progress had always been reported to members. So, on the basis of the facts that I just mentioned, we believe that there's not sufficient evidence and facts to support this inquiry into UBWs by invoking the LECHCO Powers and Privileges Ordinance. I urge members to oppose Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion.
Chief Secretary for Administration, Mr. Deputy, the Secretary for Development has stated very clearly all the facts. I hope that we will only base our comments on facts. And on the 7th of this month, the House Committee of LECHCO discussed a similar proposal put forward by Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. And then there was a division, and the motion was negatived. In fact, the SAR government shares the position of the majority of the members of this council. And Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan is moving this motion again today, and the SAR government again is against this motion. And I will speak after I've heard members' comments. Thank you. Dr. K.K. Kwok. Mr. Deputy, thank you.
On the 10th of December, Chi-wai LEUNG said here that in my memory, I did not say that I had no unauthorized structures. Well, for members of the public, if they had not learned what's meant by open and honest, we would not have this motion here to investigate a matter under our powers and privileges ordinance. If what Kwok-che said was real, I'm sure Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan would not have moved this motion. But of course, the opposite is true. More than once, Chi-wai LEUNG told the public that his unauthorized structures at Pure Rise was the first UBW he had seen. Not long ago, the Buildings Department announced after Chi-wai LEUNG had been here and after Pei-chun had answered questions that in his previous house, Tung Tao Wan Stanley, there was UBW with walls, structures, and boards and concrete. There was a structure. Would people say things like that? It was an unauthorized storeroom or chamber. And some colleagues said, perhaps you should not say you want a char siu bun. Instead, here is some flour with char siu. So it's not just Chi-wai LEUNG. Would it be the upper echelon of the government? Now, I don't know who drafted those statements. Again, is another sophistry, another art of sophistry. According to the media, there was a room, almost 2,000 square feet, with Hello Kitty, soft toys, and you don't call it, the administration didn't call it a storeroom. Instead, walls. You may next time call it a structure with concrete and reinforced structures. And then in a televised debate of the CE election, Chi-wai LEUNG said it was not just about UBW, but about integrity. That's what he said to another candidate, Mr. Henry Tang. And that's why this is a very solemn and serious motion. What we can see here is, starting from November last year to the 10th of December this year, how many lies has Chi-wai LEUNG told? In November last year, well, it was a Freudian slip. He suddenly built a wall in the underground of his house at number 4. A person who has worked as a surveyor for so long would all of a sudden build a wall there and say to his component, to the media, to everyone in Hong Kong so loud and clear that I have told no lies, I have no UBWs, and that I have already come clean with all the UBWs. And then on the 16th of July, in this council, in the CE question time soon after he assumed office, he said once again that he had already removed, or he had already told the public about all the UBWs in his houses. What was most horrifying was, if not for the 10th and the 19th of October, and also the oral question last week, we will never learn that since June this year, the Buildings Department has sent him 4 letters. So it's not just Chi-wai LEUNG who's lying. Even the Buildings Department has not told us which affects. We asked last week why was law enforcement so strange. On the one hand, Kwok-che said that he treated all celebrities and senior officials the same, and that there were 40,000 UBWs in Hong Kong, and they could not tackle each and every UBW the same. They could not gain entry into these units and tackle these UBWs. Again, another 40 and slip. Now, if we take a look at Cap 123, the Buildings Ordinance of Hong Kong, we know that it is clearly written in the ordinance that all UBWs, whether we talk about the removal or erection, they can only be done with the approval of the buildings authority. And Paul Chen said that because it was not a structural wall, there was no need to apply for exemption. Isn't this outrageous? Is a UBW which has already violated the law, and a wall, a wall was set up. So it's like somebody who has opened a bank, an authorized bank, and is receiving deposits. And can the administration say that the bank is receiving deposits according to the law? Why can't we say that the wall was built inside a UBW? Why has Mr. Chen lied to the public even about this? Now, this council rarely invoke our special weapons, so-called under the Power and Privileges Ordinance, but faced with a CEO with no integrity at all and very suspicious senior officials, and statements made by government departments, we couldn't help but ask, why have these happened? Since we cannot get an answer in the Q&A session, and there is no opportunity for the administration to give us a clear account in an oral question, we have no choice but to invoke our powers under the Electoral Powers and Privileges Ordinance and ask the relevant parties to give evidence in this council under oath. There is no other alternative, so that we can give a clear account to the public. We could also take this opportunity to do justice or to vindicate some professionals. Mr. Tong Li Jie is not here, but he said last time that let's not take this opportunity to blame surveyors or officers of the buildings department for being negligent in their duties. Of course, we won't be so stupid as to say that they are lying, or as elect, or that they dare to say that a C-elect was lying. Of course, they dare not to do so. All statements must have been cleared by the head of department, the secretary of the bureau, and even Chi-wai LEUNG before they were released. And that's why we want to pass this resolution under the Legislative Council Powers and Privileges Ordinance so as to vindicate all these parties in this council, to let the public know that frontline surveyors might have already done their best to knock on that wall, but there might be things that they could not say. They might have been muffed up. We have hundreds of thousands of UBWs here. Of course, it's not worth our while to talk about all these UBWs. This is not just about an illegal structure. Everyone knows. There is no need for Chi-wai LEUNG to tell us that. We have to let everyone in Hong Kong, and including the central authorities of PLC, that if a person has very categorically said that he has not broken the law, he has not lied, and if in the end of the day is found he has been lying from day one, then he should make an appropriate response. Theoretically speaking, before our investigation, we cannot ask Chi-wai LEUNG to step down, but he and his team And the pro-establishment camp who supports him have come out to say that there is no need to investigate. If after a clear investigation, it is found that Sau-lan has not even told a single lie, and the BD has acted in full accordance with the law, what's the problem? If a person is innocent, why should he fear investigation? It's only a guilty party who would be worried with an investigation into his behavior. What's wrong if government departments, starting from day one, have acted according to the law and has a clear conscience? What do they have to fear? Who do they have to fear? Do they have to be afraid of us, afraid of the television or anybody? It's because someone knows that starting from day one is a pack of lies, one lie hiding another, and many people, including the law enforcement agency, has acted in concertance. Since when have we done that? Pei-chun said that the same yardstick has been used against Sau-lan and Henry Tang. No one will believe that. 4 letters. 4 letters. But nobody knew about these 4 letters from day one. Neither the government nor Sau-lan will refer to the 4 letters. Inspection. Sau-lan knew full well that there was a UBW under House 5, and yet he led people to inspect House 5. Isn't it outrageous? He used a wall to seal up his unauthorized room, and he took people to see another area. He is a surveyor. There are many surveyors in Hong Kong. You can ask them whether people would do things like that. I have a friend who is a surveyor, and he said that he has never heard of such things. When we want to buy a property, if we want to check whether there is any UBW, whether the transaction or the title is good, whom will we ask? Of course, the surveyor. And can the surveyor tell you that he doesn't know? And Sau-lan treats himself not as a professional. He said that he has asked a professional to help. We asked him what lawyer, what professional, what surveyor has he commissioned to do it for him, and he has refused to tell us. We really want to know who they are, and yet we really want to vindicate him if he is innocent. If he has been deliberately misled by some wrong advice, then he will be vindicated. But he has to tell us in this council, being covered by privileges and immunity. It is the government who has taken the lead to not to follow the law and not to comply with the rules of procedure of this council to allow an investigation to proceed. And the administration is even encouraging the pro-establishment camp to oppose what the public would like us to do most. Can you really face the public outside this chamber? While we have not yet voted on this resolution, more or less we can expect that this second step is hard to take because it's never been fair in this council. We have a split voting arrangement. We have the FC's there are mechanisms that distort public opinion that would prevent public opinion to be reflected truly here. But this is not acceptable to the public. Time and again, the administration has stopped LegCo from finding out the truth. You can end up with one consequence. There will be more people taken to the streets. On the 1st of January 2013, people will vote with their feet to tell the government and Sau-lan how much trust they have for him, for this government, and how much do they believe that the government and CY Leung are telling the truth? Now, if the government is like this, Hong Kong is helpless. With these remarks, I support the motion.
Dr. Wai-kwok. Mr. Deputy, in relation to the theme of this motion, this is to seek the Council's approval to appoint a select committee to inquire into the following matters under the Legislative Powers and Privileges Ordinance and exercise the powers conferred by that section, namely the unauthorized building works in House Numbers 4 and 5 of the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Leung Chun-ying. It is said that the Buildings Department and relevant government departments have been suspected to be unfair in handling the matter. There are also queries as to whether the authorities are shielding the CE and whether the civil servants are merely discharging the orders from their supervisors. I'm afraid I cannot agree with such questions. As everybody knows, different government departments have different grades, and they have their own rules and guidelines to follow when they discharge their public duties. For professional grades like engineers, architects, surveyors, when they discharge their professional duties, on the one hand, they have to follow the various rules and requirements as well as guidelines by the relevant authorities. On the other hand, they have to follow the code of conduct and ethics belonging to their own professional discipline. So if we just rely on rumors, if we don't have any evidence, if we only rely on the media reports and then start to accuse the professionals in the buildings department intend to shield the CE, then I'm afraid you are humiliating, insulting, and disrespecting the professionals. Under the Buildings Ordinance, the Buildings Department has already drawn up a number of law enforcing strategies against unauthorized building works. In addition, to respond to public concern, whenever senior government officials and other celebrities are concerned, when they have UBWs or suspected to have UBWs, the government does have a set of procedures to follow. What is even more important is that our civil service has always been known for being impartial and professional. Therefore, for this council and for the rest of the community, we should trust the civil servants, we should respect the civil servants so that they can act in accordance with the law and they can work through the established procedures and they can exercise the professional judgment without any interference, and then they can carry out the investigation and enforce the law. And of course, they are subject to the monitoring by the community, the media, and this council. We shouldn't have any preconceived ideas. In the absence of evidence, we mustn't raise questions with a preconceived position. Otherwise, we are interfering with the civil servants in the discharge of duties. Moreover, it is going to deal a great blow to the morale of the professionals in the civil service. In fact, the department has time and again said that when it comes to senior government officials and celebrities, the BD would follow the established procedures. They will pay a such visit, and then in an impartial manner, they will take the necessary law enforcement action. The status of the owner will not result in any special treatment or arrangements. I believe that this is a reasonable and sensible way to deal with such matters. On the other hand, if the legislators or other people of the society saying that as a result of the status of the owner and ask for special treatment, then we are in fact asking for double standards. Mr. Deputy, there are also people who think that by invoking the LCP and P ordinance, we can have an investigation and then relevant government departments can clarify the points involved. But in fact, there are many other official channels for authorities to clarify the matter to the public and to explain the matter to this council. If we are to invoke the Legislative Council Powers and Privileges Ordinance to carry out an investigation, I'm sure the resources of both the Council in particular and the society as a whole will be mobilized. And before we know that all else have proved to be useless, we shouldn't invoke the LCPNP ordinance. Many of our colleagues have already agreed that this should be the last resort. And unless we have strong evidence, we shouldn't lightly resort to this ultimate weapon. If we lightly resort to this ultimate weapon, then easily it will become a tool for manipulation. Members of the public, please keep quiet. If you start to make more noises, I will order you to be removed.
Mr. Hon LEE Cheuk, President, I've listened with great attention to Mr. Paul Chan, the Secretary for Development's speech, and what he said made me disappointed, and I was surprised to hear what he said. He's not here in this chamber, unfortunately. I hope that he would be able to listen in to what I have to say. I'm not saying anything behind his back. When he was a member, I think that Mr. Paul Chan, among all the pro-establishment members, was more objective and reasonable. But what he said a moment ago seems to have deviated from my impression of him. Some may be applauding what he said and felt that he got a point. That much I understand. But as Mr. Paul Chan, the Secretary, said, we have to work on the basis of facts. We can lay all the facts on the table and talk about them. Now, Mr. Chan used to be a member, and he's an official. He's only looking at official facts, or facts from the official perspective. Now, facts are facts. There are no official facts and non-official facts. We cannot fabricate any facts at all. The Secretary said that we have to be fair to the Buildings Department's officers. I don't have the intention of attacking or making it unfair to the Buildings Department. We like to invoke this LCPPO to restore justice to the Buildings Department, and the Secretary is calling upon members to vote against the motion. Also, the Secretary kept saying that we have to be fair to the Buildings Department. If I may put it to him, who is going to restore justice to the people of Hong Kong, and who is going to restore justice to Mr. Henry Tang? Are we applying a double standard? Are we being discriminatory in the enforcement of the law? That's precisely the reason why we have to get to the bottom of the matter by invoking the PNP ordinance. If you say that the truth lies with me and there is no need to carry out any investigation, this is not the spirit of this council, and this is not the spirit that one should have as a human being. President, I hope that when you make accusation at a certain person, you would not be able to prove anything easily by reading the newspapers. If someone has been murdered, and how can we prove that someone has committed murder? We have to work out the facts on the basis of known facts, and that's what we call logical deduction. And this is not something just for lawyers. Anybody with a sensible mind would be aware of that. Dr. Kwok-che quoted an example like you're eating BBQ bun, char siu bao, and when you ordered a dish of char siu bao, how many pieces of char siu or barbecue pork is inside? How can we prove that this is a barbecue pork bun? We cannot see any barbecue pork on the outside. We have to bite into it, open it up before we can see the pieces of char siu. But we have the reason to believe that there is barbecue pork inside a char siu bao or barbecue pork bun. So that's why we have to carry out the investigation. Now these UBWs, or the char siu, what I called in the analogy, are plain. I'm dealing with facts with Secretary Paul Chan. The first fact is that the Buildings Department disclosed the guidelines regarding the demolition of UBWs. Now the key thing is whether the UBWs are causing any public hazard. If they do, then they would be categorized as priority UBWs. But on the 1st of April 2011, i.e. last year, the guidelines were changed. Right now, the priority in enforcement, according to the guidelines, is that the priority UBWs have been extended to rooftop structures, podium, back alleys, and so on. And these are new enforcement items, whether they are causing any hazard. Now, number 8 of the guidelines said that on the 1st of April 2011, the department has already seized the issuance of warning letters, and instead demolition order will be issued under the new guidelines. What effectively this is saying is that if a UBW is an item that has to be dealt with as a matter of priority, there will not be any warning to be issued by the Buildings Department. Instead, there would be demolition orders. Immediate action will be undertaken. That's fact number 1, President. Secondly, the Chief Secretary on 16th of February said to the media openly, and this was agreed to by Secretary Paul Chan, and she said that if famous people are involved in UBWs, there will be priority treatment. Now we have priority demolition and priority treatment. Now with priority of UBWs that have to be dealt with priority, they have to be given priority. That's fact number 2. Thirdly, in June this year, the Buildings Department did visit the peak mansion of Mr. C.Y. Leung's. The inspection was carried out because of the expose in the media saying that there were UBWs within Mr. C.Y. Leung's mansion. There was some went so far as to say that there was a secret chamber. So when the Buildings Department conducted a visit, they didn't do so because of the magnificence of the mansion. They turned up for a particular reason, because there was a media expose about the UBWs. That's a fact number 3. Fourth, the buildings department turned up and they saw a wall. It was confirmed that the wall was not consistent with the building plan. President, we don't really know the rationale of the building department because we haven't quite conducted the investigation. That's the reason why we have to carry out the investigation. Now, if someone were to say that there is a secret chamber in C.Y. Leung's mansion, now that secret chamber was excavated, and there was a wall to protect it, to carry out the excavation, to make a secret chamber, you have to demolish the wall and carry out the investigation. I mean, I cited an analogy of the barbecue pork in the barbecue bun, pork bun. That's a simple analogy. Now, if you try to identify the secret chamber, and if you see the wall that is not consistent with the building plan, what conclusion will you draw, Mr. President? If the buildings department is a toddler, he would also come to the conclusion that there must be barbecue pork inside a barbecue pork bun. Now, if there is a wall which is newly erected, or which is not consistent with the building plan, then there would be a reasonable ground for suspicion that a UBW must be in existence. That's fact number 4. Fifth, the buildings department didn't take any action. They just went through the motion. They wrote a letter, the second letter, third letter, fourth letter to Mr. Leung. Now the fact remains that within 6 months there was nothing much that the BD had done, except for the 4 letters. We haven't been given sight of the 4 letters. We only heard it from the buildings department. I'd like to have justice for the buildings department, but I haven't seen the 4 letters. If I do not invoke the P&P, how can I get access to the 4 letters? President, I'm not sure whether Mr. Leung has replied. BD said no. Now, Mr. Leung didn't answer the question. We haven't been given the opportunity to ask him. I think we have to put it to him whether he gave a reply. Now, that leads on to fact number 6. A fortnight ago, the buildings department turned up at C.Y. Leung's mansion again. This time, they opened up a hole in the wall, and they issued a statement that secret chamber was something that had to be dealt with as a matter of priority. So the BD confirmed that that UBW is something that falls into the category of priority issue, as indicated in the guidelines dated the 1st of April 2011. A fair-minded person will ask this question, and that is, a fortnight ago, what happened a fortnight ago? How is it different from what happened in June? What's the difference between the 2 days? Secretary Paul Chan has to come clean and answer the question. He cannot drag his feet. He cannot accuse people of not sticking to facts. The fact is, Mr. President, that there is absolutely no difference. I haven't heard any letter by Mr. C.Y. Leung to say that there was no secret chamber, or C.Y. Leung never asked the buildings department to knock down the wall. The buildings department has the suspicion, and they have the determination to enforce the law, and that wasn't different between June and today. If you do have suspicion that there is an item that has to be dealt with priority, as indicated in the guidelines dated 1st of April 2011, then they have to deal with this as a matter of priority. I don't think anybody in Hong Kong would be more famous than C.Y. Leung. If they dealt with the matter as a matter of priority, then they wouldn't have dragged their feet. They issued 4 letters. They should have achieved tangible results. In June, before he assumed office, everybody knew that C.Y. Leung's mansion had a UBW that had to be dealt with as a matter of priority. And the result of the court proceedings would have been different. But the thing is, there was wool pulled over the eyes of the court of law. Secretary Paul Chen stood there with poker face and said that we had to deal with facts and we have to be fair to the buildings department. I hope that Mr. Secretary Paul Chen would review the video and have listened to what I said again and come up with a response.
Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Mr. Deputy, unauthorized building works is of course common in Hong Kong. Over the past 10 years or so, we have been putting in a lot of efforts to deal with UBWs. In the past, we dealt with urban UBWs when the government came up with some criteria, as the Secretary has put it. We look at whether they are new UBWs or whether they pose immediate danger, warranting immediate demolition. If not, then a letter will be sent asking for demolition or a charge be entered into the title. So that's the way we dealt with urban UBWs. And then when we move on to deal with anti-UBWs, a lot of troubles were caused. The way UBWs among small houses were dealt with was somewhat different from that applied to urban UBWs. Then there are people querying why there are 2 different approaches. However, it's regrettable that while we are doing all this, during the recent CE election, UBWs caused another incident. Mr. Henry Tang's house had UBWs, so people ask why influential and powerful people had so many UBWs in their residences. It was during the CE election. Of course, the buildings department adopted a very stringent and quick approach to deal with Mr. Tang's UBWs, because, as the Secretary has put it, his UBWs are not just UBWs, but there might be a case that some authorized person did not discharge their statutory duties fully, or maybe there were incorrect or fraudulent building plans submitted. And then when there was a similar problem with Mr. C.Y. Leung's residence, and we could see that the buildings department also went on an inspection. They discovered something, but no specific action was taken. They kept issuing letters after letters. And they asked some authorized persons representing Mr. Leung to talk to them. When Mr. Chai-kong assumed his post, he said Mr. C.Y. Leung's case would not be dealt with in a criminal manner. And then the public asked this question, on what basis? On what evidence that Mr. Henry Tang's UBW should be subject to criminal investigation, but not Mr. C.Y. Leung's? On the 23rd of November, Mr. C.Y. Leung issued a statement. He stated clearly that first he realized in his house there was a UBW, the servant's room, that chamber, according to him, was not built by him, but it was in his house. So again, did the AP back then, when the house was built, committed some act not in accordance with the building's ordinance, Cap 123? After Mr. C.Y. Leung's statement was announced, saying that there was an UPW, there was something in his house not in line with the building plans, why was there no criminal investigation? So we can tell that the Secretary's statement and the Buildings Department's position saying that everyone will be treated equally does not tally with facts, because there has been no criminal investigation on Mr. C.Y. Leung's UPWs. Looking further back, for Mr. C.Y. Leung's Stanley residence, your report only states that there was an inspection in the year 2000. Some columns, staircase, and floor slab were discovered. Even if that's true, doesn't it tell you that doesn't it really show that there was no problem with the UBWs? And then we can just close this file. If you find traces of demolished UBWs and you were not informed beforehand, was it in line with the building's ordinance? Mr. C.Y. Leung and Mr. Henry Tang both have UBWs. In the eye of the public, the SAR government would only target the disadvantaged, the powerless. If you are vocal, if you are powerful, if you have a good reputation, or you are influential, the SAR government would not dare to touch you. People would therefore question whether the SAR government would act in strict accordance with the law and whether it would be doing this impartially. Mr. Paul Chen has asked us repeatedly that we should give justice, we should do justice to the Buildings Department. Last week, the vote of no confidence motion was not passed. This week, Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan asked for the Council invoking our powers and privileges. We all want to give justice to the Buildings Department and to the officials who might have been wronged. If in the course of our investigation we find out that it was because Mr. C.Y. Leung giving direction to senior officials who in turn try to pressurize frontline officers, then we know who is to blame. And if there's no problem after the investigation is done, just as the West Kowloon Cultural District case, Mr. C.Y. Leung would come up and say that his innocence is proved. Now, with people harboring doubts, we need to do not just speeches. We are not just asked to give speeches. It's not like what Mr. Puk-sun has said, that we have disclosed everything, you should not doubt me. Well, it's a question of impression and people's doubts. As the saying goes, justice must not only be done, but also seen to be done. This is an important principle and something, a strategy, if you may, that the government should always live up to. When the people have doubts, when they are not certain about certain things, notwithstanding the appeals from Mr. Zhang Tak-sing and Mr. Puk-sun asking us to conduct no more investigation, and you claim justice has been done. Well, that comes from you people. Are people therefore convinced as a matter of course? I cannot follow the logic. Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion is precisely about conducting a serious investigation so that the public can get all the information they need in this council, and officials can be invited to come to this council and be afforded protection under the law and can speak freely. Through the investigation, we can also avoid people's trying to evade their responsibilities. That's the best approach to give justice to the buildings department, to the administration, and to the SAR government, which is suffering from a problem of lack of integrity. If you are unwilling to get to the truth through an investigation, then there's all the possibility that people would still have doubts. Yes, it has been said that this is just a weapon, ultimate weapon, a weapon of last resort, and we should not use it lightly. Is this the last resort, or is it something that you would never want us to use? Is it something good for the community if we invoked such powers and privileges more often rather than less often? We are concerned about the credibility of the government, and therefore it's worth our while to wield this weapon to try to restore credibility for the SAR government. If this cannot be done, if the SAR government's credibility cannot be restored through this ultimate weapon, then we will continue to be preyed by such doubts. I don't believe that Mr. C.Y. Leung and his government would think that they can take refuge with the protection afforded by the loyalists, and then credibility can be restored. Credibility can only be restored through a credible system. When the last CE, Mr. Donald Zhang, was alleged to have received entertainment, and he appointed 2 public figures to set up a committee of investigation through the Chief Justice investigation. It showed to all of us that the CE should follow certain procedure in facing the public, and then certain things should be done to reduce the chances of such public mistrust. Members, the previous CE set up a special committee in the face of public doubt to restore his credibility. Today, in this council, what we want members to vote in favor of is to pass the motion moved by Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan, so that we can give justice and restore the credibility to the SAR government through an investigation. Being evasive is no solution. We can get to the truth through an investigation. Only by this can the credibility of the SAR government be restored, so that in the future, when we promote and develop new policies, we can take big strides forward. I believe it will be worth our while to expand the time and efforts. Otherwise, we'll continue to be brought down by difference in opinions on the integrity of the CE, which would have far-reaching implications. I'm not going to quote Mr. C.Y. LEUNG again. We are all familiar with his remarks. In the past 10 odd months, we have learned that his words on different occasions are not consistent. If he thinks that we have wronged him, he should face up to this openly. He should not try to be evasive or try to play a world of games and avoid the issues.
Mr. Hon LEE Cheuk. Thank you, President. Regarding the CE's UBWs and his houses at the peak, this has plagued the community for a few months. Not only has the CE's integrity been put doubt, and even the professionalism and integrity of the civil service have been dragged into the issue. Some people think that the BD has been favoring the owner in tackling this problem, and therefore would like to invoke our powers under the Electrical Powers and Privileges Ordinance to investigate the matter and to see whether such allegations and speculations are true or not. Well, this is putting the cart before the horse. This is rather unfair to our civil servants who have been always very dedicated and of high integrity in discharging the duties. Well, on the 17th of this month at the House Committee, I said that if we agree that this Council should appoint a select committee to investigate the case, that is tantamount to saying or assuming, agreeing that the professionalism and integrity of the civil service is questionable. And these are not grounded on facts. All these are ungrounded. These accusations are ungrounded. Therefore, I'm strongly against the Council to set up a select committee to investigate the matter. I will continue to support the civil service to discharge their duties in an impartial and fair manner and deal with each and every case in accordance with the law. President, I am an estate surveyor. I fully appreciate the community's high expectations for the CE, for the administration, and also the property sector. I understand that they have high expectations of these people. So for the CE's handling of his UBWs in his houses and also his explanation, I am also not satisfied. There are areas not perfectly clear, and exactly because of this, there has been a lot of criticism and discussions in society. Some small part of the community have expressed their distrust and dissatisfaction. Although the CE, in response to queries about his UBWs in his peak houses, well, there is, of course, room for improvement. But on various occasions, including his last Q&A session with this council, he has said time and again in the public that while he had no intention to conceal the facts, he did admit that in handling his UBWs, he had been negligent and had not been perfectly clear in giving account to the public, and he has apologized a few times to the public, and he has promised to rectify his UBWs in this month and next, and that he will continue to serve the public with integrity, with dedication for the welfare of the community. I believe the CE has already learned a lesson, and he has borne pressure and also criticism from different sectors of the community. We cannot allow this issue to drag on with no end. Rather than letting it go on and on, we might as well be forward-looking and have the overall interests of Hong Kong in mind and focus our efforts and resources to tackle the very urgent and pressing issues that are facing Hong Kong, such as housing, land development, and alleviation of poverty and care for the elderly. Just like many members of the public, I look forward to the policy address to be delivered by the CE next month. I hope there will be relief measures to help the poor and to promote the healthy and sustainable development of society. President, regard to the UBWs of the CE, as at today, I can see no justifications and a real need for a select committee to be set up to investigate the matter. Perhaps it's just the tool offers more number of people to use it as a platform to censor the CE. Perhaps it's just a political show, and it will not benefit the interests of Hong Kong and the overall development of society. Let me reiterate, I oppose Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion to set up a select committee under our Powers and Privileges Ordinance to investigate into the UBW matters of the CE. Thank you, President.
Mr. Peter Cheung. Mr. Deputy, 2,000 years ago, Confucius said that we have to abide by the code of ethics. In particular, for those who occupy high positions, they set an example for those in the other quarters of the community. Now, in today's world, if we don't hold those at high positions and who have committed wrongdoing to account, then it is not right. If people occupying high positions are very sloppy in their performance, then there's no way that we can guarantee that those under him will exercise self-discipline when it comes to integrity. The former CE went to Macau on the luxurious yachts of the tycoons. He had this apartment gate. And then his close friend, the former CS, was suspected to have received bribes. I think we should learn a lesson from it. Those who are at the top must set an example for those under him. Confucius has a lot of teachings for his students. Confucius thinks that we must have integrity, we must be honest. There is this story. His student Zi-gong asked him what are the rules for good governance. And Confucius said that if you have got sufficient food, sufficient shoulders, and sufficient integrity, then you will have the loyalty of the people. That is, people will trust the government if there's enough food and enough defense. And Zi-gong then asked Confucius as to the priorities. Confucius said that for food and shoulders, they can be given up, but you mustn't give up your integrity. Mr. Deputy, as everybody knows, that integrity is at the core of our values. It has been so for a long time. And in fact, parents would also emphasize such core values when they teach their children. Even in advanced countries, we also emphasize the integrity of the national leaders. Therefore, for a country, we need to emphasize integrity. In fact, in a community, interpersonal relationship and business relationship can only be maintained when there is integrity. Not long ago, Donald Tsang's mention gate showed that it is a very vulnerable link. We have the rule of law. We have a sound legal system. We never have misunderstandings about the vulnerability of human beings. And in fact, we can learn from history. We have learned a long time ago that power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. We know the truth of such a saying. If powers are not checked and balanced, then power will certainly be abused and it would lead to corruption. It is a universal truth. Of course, when we look at human nature, human beings are human beings. So are senior officials. Like ordinary people, they may make mistakes. This is understandable. However, in this case, the general perception about C.Y. Leung is that in his electioneering period, he knew about the UBW in his mansion. He hid it from us, and in fact, he attacked his rival in relation to the UBW, so to score points. So people got the impression that, at least on the question of UBWs, he had a clean slate. And then Henry Tang's UBW was exposed. Now we know that, in fact, what he used to accuse Henry Tang could have applied to him and thus applied to him accurately. Someone told me that for C.Y. Leung to say that, as far as his memory serves, he did not recall saying that he had no illegal structures. I think it has been much parodied among the young people. Like someone had said that, as far as I can remember, I've never said that I would not be late today. Sir, as far as I can understand, I have never said that I would not cheat. Now, in the community, people, young and old, found it very disappointing for the CE to ignore his status, to ignore his position, and ignore the fact that he is setting a poor, bad example. What is worse is that his misrepresentation has earned him the title of the chief executive. In other words, as some members have said, he got his position via deception. So his mandate is doubtful. His governance has been thrown into doubt. And I think it is something very serious. Mr. Deputy, after exposure of the case, what has the CE done to remedy the matter? We recall that he went to Beijing. I think his trip was supported by the Beijing administration. He was given assurance, and during the trip and when he came back, the pro-establishment camp showered him with a lot of good words. And I think the accountability system has changed its nature. That is, I think the junior officials are accountable to their seniors so that they can have plain sailing in their professional career. We are very dissatisfied with the UBWs in the CE's mentions. But then there isn't much that we can do given the existing system. Today, we want to invoke the LCP&P Ordinance to carry out an investigation. I think the community would like to see this as a last resort to re-establish justice in the society. Probably the motion will be defeated by the pro-establishment camp. But then we need to speak for the people, and therefore we have to make the last attempt to try. Mr. Deputy, well, in fact, there are people who are in support of the CE. They trust C.Y. Leung. They think that he hasn't done anything wrong, and they think that the Development Bureau and the Buildings Department have been doing their job. Even if someone has committed any mistake, we should be forgiving, and the administration is still working. I won't say that this is not correct as an attitude, but then the facts are louder than anything else. Whether the CE has done anything wrong, whether the CE has lied, I think you need to look at the facts. So what is important is to unearth the facts, and we have to find out about the flow of the development of the events. Then the public can come to a fair view, and then the powers and privileges of the legislature is to allow us to look into matters of great public interest and matters which are very controversial. Mr. Deputy, in support the motion to appoint a select committee to inquire into the UBWs of C.Y. Leung under the LCP&P Ordinance. I'll urge the community and the welfare sector to join the January 1st rally to show our disappointment. So I speak. Thank you.
Mr. Charles Mock. Mr. Deputy, I support the motion today to invoke LCPPO to inquire into the UBWs in Mr. C.Y. Leung's mention and his integrity problem. I'd like to share with members a sad story. A couple of days ago, I shared this in my newspaper column. There is a 10-year-old kid, Kah-kit. His father is Kong. He has left home for a long time without any news. Kah-kit missed his father very much, and he hoped that his father would come back. He wrote a letter to his dad. However, he didn't have any idea where his father was, and he just pasted the letter at the bus stop where his father normally would go to. Now, this letter has been circulating in the media. I read the letter myself, written by Kah-kit. There is a deja vu. Now, this father fled the family and showed no sense of responsibility. It doesn't sound a little bit like C.Y. Leung, who has been hiding about his UBWs. On the web, I read about this letter, and that made me think of the acts and deeds of Mr. C.Y. Leung, so irresponsible, so selfish, and distressing the 7 million people in Hong Kong. I feel the same helplessness of Kah-kit. Now, Kah-kit, who's a 10-year-old boy, wrote the letter. I'm sure that you'd like to read the letter. You've been cheating us, and you're not delivering the pledges of the manifesto, and you look so worse for wear. Are you on drugs? Are you shying away from the people? Why have you come to this? You never listen to my views. I come to CGO to look for you, but I couldn't. I work so hard for my future, but every single day you're working for your own honor, your own prestige. Why are you treating me, a Hong Kong person, like this? I feel so distressed, and I just hope that you would change your way and become a responsible person and step down to take responsibility. And I hope that the C.Y. Leung will read my letter. Now, if there are problems to liken C.Y. Leung as a father in our society, and I'm sure that Mr. C.Y. Leung may not be a good enough official. Now, he was elected by a small circle, just like the kids who cannot choose their parents. Hong Kong people don't have that much of a choice. We're stuck with this lying chief executive. Now, as the chief executive, he has to face the people of Hong Kong. We have to make him fulfill his own responsibility. He is shying away from his responsibility. The only thing we can do is to invoke the LCPPO to make him face the responsibility. Mr. Deputy, since the revelation of the UPWs, the LEUNG supporters have been asking for us to give him an opportunity. We waited and waited for his explanation. At the Q&A session, Chi-wai LEUNG resorted to playing with words, and we asked him whether he would give up the legal privilege and disclose all the information, and he tried to prevaricate. He said that he wouldn't answer any question about his own personal behavior. Now, he exploited the rules of procedure that we could not engage him in a debate in the council. And we felt so distressed and so helpless. I think the only thing we can do is to invoke the LCPPO. I, like the people of Hong Kong, have been very tolerant of Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG. Why does he have to evade the issue and lied about what he did and lied again to cover up the previous lies? Why did they have to be so evasive? We have been so kind to Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG. We've given him chances after chances. I think he could be frank and honest and tell us all the facts, but he didn't. He could have been modestly offering an apology, but he didn't. If someone concocts excuses for a certain act or wrongdoing, then it is really a shaking of responsibility. As chief executive, Mr. LEUNG should put public interests ahead of his personal interests. Mr. LEUNG has let down the whole of Hong Kong. He hasn't fulfilled the responsibility as chief executive. He never did his job with integrity, and as such, he is not fit to lead as chief executive. The way he dragged the matter makes his supporters doubt whether he made any lie. He told any lies. The only thing they said is that we should not really pursue the matter anymore. We should give him a chance to get on with his work. Now, these supporters are coming up with excuses for Mr. LEUNG. Now, his supporters are trying to disguise the lies on his behalf. Last week, at the no confidence motion, I said that this would be very distressing, because we're ignoring the integrity of a particular person. If we look back on this in future, we will stand to lose if we do not deal with this earnestly. Nobody is indispensable. In order not to prolong the agony, we should not ignore justice. We should not just allow Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG to compensate his wrongdoing with future good deeds. If we do it like this, then it would be very bad, very sad for our younger generation. Mr. Deputy, Mr. LEUNG has been evading the UPWs. He said that UPWs do not exist anymore because he has dealt with them. He has been fooling the people of Hong Kong, and he's trying to make let the whole thing die down. We asked him whether he enjoyed any legal privilege whether he would be prepared to disclose all the information and allow the media to into his mention for inspection. He never gave us any reply. He merely chose to disguise the truth and is putting his personal interests ahead of public interests. To investigate the wrongdoing, I think the only thing we can do is to invoke the LCPPO and set up a select committee. With this committee, Mr. Leung cannot escape and evade public scrutiny and give us non-answers. Mr. Deputy, I don't think it's a question of why. It is a question of why not. I understand that every time we bring up the PNP issue, when the witnesses are not prepared, when they are not prepared to invoke the PNP, the pro-establishment members would say that this is a trump card. We should not invoke that too indiscriminately. And without even looking at the evidence, they are not prepared to look into the matter. This is not in line with justice. And this happened again and again in this council. I hope that the people of Hong Kong would remember what the pro-establishment members is or have been doing. We are not using the trump card when we need to. Then we end up with no results. I don't think the matter should be dragged on like this. But I don't think we should sweep the whole thing under the carpet. Now the civil servants are dragged into it, and he's giving us all these red herrings and divert our attention. We like to investigate into Mr. Leung's acts, not the civil servants. We like to have justice for the civil servants. We're asking Mr. Leung to tell the truth and give a full account to the members of the Hong Kong. I urge members to invoke the PNP and have justice for the people of Hong Kong.
Mr. Martin Liu. Mr. Deputy, the Electrical Powers and Privileges Ordinance is regarded by the public as a trump card because it bestows very serious powers on this council and can be used to scrutinize any person. We can summon anyone to come to testify and produce necessary documents. The powers are great and are not subject to limitation. Therefore, we must exercise these powers very carefully. It will be only under very exceptional circumstances when we are dealing with matters of great public interest should we be wielding this weapon to conduct an investigation. If this privilege is exercised lightly, we are not just wasting public money, we are also affecting public confidence. And that's why all along this council will only invoke the LCPPO on important matters, such as the commissioning of the Chek Lap Kok Airport in 1998, the shark pilings scandal of PLH, the handling of SARS by the government and hospital authority, as well as the Lehman mini-bond incident. Last time, this council invoked the power to investigate Mr. C.Y. Leung, then a candidate in the city elections in relation to the West Kowloon Cultural District. That was controversial. At that time, I was just an ordinary citizen, and I'm no fan of Mr. C.Y. Leung. I find it puzzling that the council would like to investigate Mr. C.Y. Leung's role in West Kowloon Cultural District. Many people doubted that that might be construed as a tool to affect Mr. Chi-wai Leung's election campaign. The select committee concluded the investigation in 2 months' time, and regret was expressed at Mr. Chi-wai Leung's lack of declaration of interest. But there's another assessor. The select committee did not look into the role played by that other panel member. That was puzzling. On the basis of the principle that I referred to in relation to the proposal to invoke PMP this time, I think we have to look at the case from the statement published by Mr. Chi-wai Leung and also the Buildings Department's work so far. I have not seen any prima facie evidence to show that the Buildings Department is favoring anyone or condoning or covering up for anyone. So far, there's no element of breaching the law in the incident. The biggest controversy and what is most dissatisfied is that Mr. Chi-wai Leung dealt with the UBW himself. Was he trying to hide something, or did he use it to his advantage in the campaign? But this is not a question of integrity. You are not trying to find out the facts. You are just trying to establish his integrity. The government and Mr. Chi-wai Leung himself have given accounts time and again, and Mr. Chi-wai Leung has come to answer questions, and the Buildings Department has confirmed that the brick wall was an exempted item because no safety was involved. I believe if you ask the CE 100 times the same questions, you are going to get the same answers all the same. So is there a need to invoke PMP? Well, yes, there was a lack of a clear account, and he mishandled the incident, leading to the doubts cast on his integrity, thereby affecting effective governance. But is the CE suffering from a problem of integrity? This is a moral judgment, which is not amenable to the objective proof. And for this, the SAR government and the CE have to pay a political price. He has come to this council to admit that he had mishandled the incidents, and he apologized again and again. Those who have hurt him would have come to their own decision. There's no need to invoke our PMP to collaborate on what we are thinking. Using PMP means expending a lot of manpower and turn this council into a court of morality. Is that really appropriate? Many members and previous members of this council have been found to be involved in UBWs of different sorts. Do we want to invoke PMP to investigate into each and every case? And if not, why are we adopting a double standard here? If we set up a select committee for the purpose of asking the CE to step down, then you are trying to turn our powers and privileges into a tool to victimize your political opponent. This would undermine the credibility of this council. On this basis, I have to say I object to the motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak?
Chiu-hung.
Mr. Fernando Zhang. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. So the motion before us is put forward by Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. He calls for the setting up of a select committee to inquire into the UBWs at Mr. Chi-wai Leung's residence. And this is a select committee to be set up under the legible PMP ordinance. I think we're talking about a very solemn issue here. we're talking about the integrity of the head of the SAR, whether he is worthy of our trust. I understand it as really a very serious matter to appoint a select committee to inquire into what the CE has done. As those from the pro-establishment camp has pointed out, the PNP ordinance is like an imperial sword. We shouldn't use it lightly. It's a very powerful weapon. Mr. Martin Liu asked whether overriding public interest was involved. Now, if the head of the SAR's, if his integrity is called into doubt, if he is accused of lying, if he is accused of covering one lie with another, then I would like to know whether this relates to overriding public interest. Now, the CE enjoys a lot of powers. He is responsible for deciding on major policies, including major policies which affect the economy. And if his integrity and trustworthiness are called into doubt, then is this something related to public interest? If we feel that there is no problem with Mr. C.Y. Leung's integrity, if we think there is no governance crisis, if we think there is no integrity crisis, then of course overriding public interest will not feature here. But then I believe if you ask Hong Kong people whether they trust C.Y. Leung, I believe most of them will say no, not really, no. And C.Y. Leung is the most powerful man in the SAR. He is responsible for making decisions on major policies. And in fact, we still have a lot of question marks in our heads. I think C.Y. Leung still owes us a lot of explanations. Now, one member linked the issue to the integrity and probity of the civil service. But I think what we are debating today has nothing to do with the integrity of the civil service. We want to know what happened in the past 6 months or so, before C.Y. Leung ran in the election, when he was running for the election, running for the post of CE, and after he became the CE. Now we want to know whether he has deliberately tried to hide anything from the public. Please do not try to shift the attention and focus of society by referring to the civil service on this issue. In fact, President, in the past few months, the media raised many pertinent questions. Now, concerning houses number 4 and 5 on pure rice. Now, these questions were raised. Now, as early as in October this year, C.Y. Leung discovered that there was the unauthorized basement. Why was it that he did not make a declaration to the BD? Why was it that he did not make an announcement to the public? Why was it that he could unlawfully build a wall to seal the basement? So I think he owes the public an answer. And then concerning the unlawful extension of area that was over 300 square feet. Why was it that in his statement, C.Y. Leung said that the extended area was only about 200 square feet? He said he did not take any measurements. Now, Mr. C.Y. Leung is a professional surveyor. Why was it that could have been such a discrepancy. And then earlier on, the media asked C.Y. Leung whether there were UBWs, whether there were rooms unlawfully built, and he said no. Was it that he merely forgot, or was it he deliberately refrained from telling the truth? And then the PD wrote to him 4 times, asking him to provide information. And he said that he did not reply to the 4 letters because there was a lawsuit at the time. But in fact, when he received the first letter, when the first letter was issued, the lawsuit had not started yet. So was he adopting delaying tactics? Now, he is the CE. Why was it that when a government department wrote to him, he did not reply? And C.Y. Leung said that when he bought the houses, he got a friend who was a surveyor to check and inspect the houses. Why was it that at that time no UBWs were discovered? C.Y. Leung said that there was the so-called secret chamber at the room at House 4, and he said it was built by it was left to him by the previous owner. Was that the case? And then who was that friend who inspected the houses? Why was it that there were no written examination reports? And according to the media, with regard to the Stanley house, according to the media, the unauthorized extended area amounted to 700 to 2,000 square feet. So what exactly was the situation? So concerning house number 4 on Peel Rise, and also the house at Stanley, do you know that there have been new developments concerning the Stanley house? After the CE's question time, the buildings department suddenly announced that about a decade ago, action was taken in relation to the Stanley house, and it was said that the illegal structure had been removed. So this matter has been known 10 years ago. Why was it that the announcement was made after the CE's question time? Why was it that the announcement was not made before the CE's question time? So we had some questions about the timing. And then in the year 2000, C.Y. Leung said that he bought the house in 1984, and he discovered that some of the structures had not been approved, but then he did not remove them immediately because he didn't have access to the plans. But then last Monday, during the CE's question time, he said that a decade ago he moved out of the house, and it was only then that he received notification from the BD that there were unauthorized building works. So who discovered the unauthorized building works? C.Y. Leung himself or the BD? C.Y. Leung said that he bought the house in 1984 and discovered UBWs, but according to aerial photos, the unauthorized corridor or walkway appeared in 1987. So who built the corridor or the walkway? So we do have a lot of questions. So we have lots of questions surrounding these houses. C.Y. Leung is unwilling to really come forward, frankly. And he said that he would disclose all the facts, frankly and honestly, but in fact, it was obvious to Hong Kong people that he was trying to hide something. So he was suffering from an integrity crisis. Right. The pro-establishment camp opposes this motion. They are of the view that it's useless to carry out an investigation because this is an integrity issue. So what should we do? President, now, I think if a leader has no integrity, he can't command the confidence and the respect of his people. So does it mean that, oh, it doesn't matter if they are unauthorized building works? And should we say, oh, do you expect him to frankly admit his mistake? The CE can't admit his mistake. If he does, how can he continue to govern Hong Kong? So that's no wonder why he has to hide something from us. Should that be our position? Now, I'm of the view that if we make mistakes, we should admit them frankly. We should admit our mistakes frankly. 2 days ago, we were late for the development panel meeting. I was late. I admitted that I was wrong. A mistake is a mistake. And when we make mistakes, we have to apologize to the public. I think we should set an example for the public. The CE should be the example of our next generation. Young people regard political figures as their role models. And if our CE can blatantly tell lies, and if we can just say, oh, let it be so, then is it that we're not serious about our work? And should we say, oh, it doesn't matter, there isn't too much difference between 200 square feet and 300 square feet, and he had to build a wall to hide the UBW, and he has already come to the CE's question time. You really couldn't have expected him to say too much, and so he has already come before LEE Cheuk-yan and let him do his job, and if he can formulate good policies, then that's already okay. So are we, or should we be so sloppy? Can we tell the younger generation that Chi-wai Leung is a true leader, although there is room for improvement with regard to his integrity? It doesn't matter. He can lead Hong Kong. He can make important decisions for Hong Kong, and these decisions affect the well-being of millions of people. His decisions may have to do with a lot of interests in society, but it doesn't matter. He has risen to power because of his lies. So it doesn't matter if you get what you want because of telling lies. And he has already said that he has an oversight. He has already admitted that he has been negligent. So okay, so be it. So is it that the pro-establishment camp feels that what I have said is the key to success in Hong Kong? And do you think that the CE's integrity has nothing to do with his ability to govern Hong Kong? If you think so, then I want to tell you that in fact, in future, when the CE does anything, people will ask, should we trust him? So does it mean that integrity is not important? Do you think integrity is not important? Do you think that we should be sloppy? We should just let him off? If you think so, then of course you will continue to oppose the motion. But please ask yourselves, will you tell your own children that Chi-wai Leung is their role model and they should act like Chi-wai Leung? Or will you tell your children that he cheats people, yet he is stupid, and so in the future, if you cheat people, please do not be as stupid as he is? So with these remarks, President, I support Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion. We must carry out a thorough investigation into the matter.
Mr. Yu Si-wing. Mr. President, concerning the UBW incident of the CE's residences, it has been lasting for 5 odd months. Government departments and bureaus had responded on various occasions. Last week, the CE came to the LEE Cheuk-yan to explain his case and apologized. The explanation of Mr. Leung Chun-ying can be interpreted in various ways or different ways, but his attitude is one of a positive one. He's determined to resolve social issues and problems. That's beyond doubt. Concerning the spate of reports on UBWs, they started in the latter half of June. The CE continuously responded to inquiries and started to handle the UBWs concerned. Moreover, after the completion of the judicial proceedings, he took the initiative to publish 51 paragraphs of statement and personally came to the LECHCO to explain his case. We can see that apart from the silence during the judicial proceedings, the CE in the LECHCO and on other public occasions tried to explain his case. He positively responded to the issue. But the repeated explanation of the CE failed to allay public worries and doubts. His Q&A session in LECHCO was not too satisfactory. That's rather disappointing. But he needs not step down. After the QE session, we thought that the incident could come to a close. We're bored by the continuous quarrels and disputes. We would like the CE to concentrate on livelihood issues. After the handover, only 4 no confidence vote and 5 resolutions on the electoral powers and privileges ordinance had been called. But we already had a resolution on no confidence on the CE. And twice we sought to invoke the electoral powers and privileges ordinance. Of course, the ordinance is the supreme tool of the LECHCO. Now, we would not like to abuse our powers, thus affecting our authority. Well, we can be disappointed about the handling of the case by the CE, which falls short of public expectation. But then we should not turn a blind eye to his achievements in his governance. Otherwise, we'll also be unfair to the dedicated team of civil service. According to the Hong Kong News POP, the popularity rate of the CE had dropped, while that of the governing team, the dissatisfaction rate had been rising. But still, we can affirm the dedication of his team. Since September, the Chinese Youth Survey revealed that the CE's popularity rate had picked up because of a number of livelihood measures, including the solution for resolving the so-called double no pregnant women. And measures on the property market had proved to be positive. The administration would like to strive for the welfare of society. The public expects the administration to focus more on local livelihood issues and to address external competitions. If we got entangled in this political dispute and the governing team and the administration is busy in dismantling bombs, then we'll be adding to the confusion of society. That's not what the government, political parties, and our people want. Otherwise, we'll be losing on all 3 fronts. LECHCO has to view the policy address as a very major policy document. It's just about a month ago. Should we focus on disputes or livelihood issues and the policy address? We should think about this deeply. The incident had already led to adverse impact on society, and the government has paid a price. all parties concerned should have learnt a lesson. Here we would like the CE to collate this experience and should guard against a recurrence. He should work harder to use his achievements to boost public confidence. He should reflect on himself so that crises in future can be addressed timely and transparency should be enhanced. He should enhance his communication with the LegCo to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. Then, as he said, together with society, he can embark on a new path. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Tian. Thank you, President. This three-step action to oust Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG covered the vote of no confidence last week and this motion to invoke the PMP and also an impeachment motion. I think the issue can drag on for a long time, perhaps to the end, towards the end of this term's government. However, if the impeachment motion is passed, that can be fatal to Mr. Leung, and he will have to face that once. This is something not anyone would like to see. So I can tell you my voting inclination without any hesitation. I'll vote against an impeachment motion against the CE. But for the resolution to set up a select committee is a different thing. Even if there won't be sufficient evidence after investigation to oust him, members of the public will be more assured. And it involves grave public interest. If a suspected sexual harassment was once investigated, and if we have, if the CE's integrity is in doubt and we say it's not necessary, then it's a problem. As the pro-democratic camp like to see what's wrong with just an investigation. Can't it be done? But let's take a look at history. Select committee under the PMP ordinance will involve huge resources, and usually it won't come to any fruitful conclusion. Mr. Leung has time again explained to us the UBWs of his houses. He rehearsed the same old explanation without anything new, and the public already bored. Every day I receive emails from the public and also comments on my Facebook. Over 7% of them are asking us to call a halt to this subject. Of course, there are people who want us to investigate to the very end. Of course, I have to reflect all kinds of public opinion. You want to investigate whether he has told any lies. If you ask him 100 times, you just turn him into a broken record. He will, of course, assert that he has not told any lies. Still, you cannot change some people's impression or thinking that he has lied. The only thing that is worth our while to investigate with PMP ordinance is if government departments have hidden confidential information and refusing to show us. But this is not the mainstream view. They just feel that the buildings department have accorded different priorities when dealing with similar cases. Now, I am a new LegCo member. I have never taken part in such a select committee. There is no time limit for its duration. It can be a few months, a few years. It can call a large number of witnesses, including the CE, secretaries, and of bureaus, and also heads of department. We know full well that it will certainly affect the operation of the administration. It may not necessarily paralyze the government, but it will certainly drag our efficiency to almost zero. The policy address is just around the corner. So what should we do? Hong Kong's recent development is at snail pace. So should we continue with this endless political argument and bickering? If we go on like this, how can we compete with Singapore and other cities? We will just drag our own feet. Now, the side effect of an investigation by the Select Committee would also deal a blow to the morale of the civil service and further damage the relationship between the executive and the legislature, although pro-democratic members here would claim that is not the case. So I ask members to think twice. I'm sure civil servants are impartial, professional, and will not display any favor for any particular party. I'm sure they will not favor or collude with the CE, and that's the reasons why I oppose the use of the electrical P&P ordinance to investigate. Yes, we are extremely dissatisfied with the way the CE has handled the issue of UBWs. But once we start this select committee, we can start many years of internal problems for Hong Kong. I have been pondering about this for a few days. If you don't believe me, ask Mrs. Regina Ip. I have weighed the pros and cons. I will just put down my own personal views and dissatisfaction and vote against this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, Mr. President, I speak in opposition to Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion to invoke the Legislative Council Powers and Privileges Ordinance to appoint a select committee to inquire into the UBWs of the CE. Well, the Powers and Privileges Ordinance is a ultimate weapon. Unless it is something of great importance, we should not resort to this matter lightly. Is it true that we don't have other alternatives? Of course not. The Buildings Department is the department involved. We see that all along the Buildings Department has been handling each and every UBW in a lawful manner. It is said that there may be the suspicion that the BD is shielding the CE. I don't think it is justified. If we are to set up a select committee, I think it is unfair to the BD, in particular when we don't have any concrete evidence. In other words, we are saying that the BD is not being fair in handling the matter. Mr. President, in the past, I did have a rich experience in dealing with UBWs. I think many of us who are involved in the older urban areas, we have a lot of experience. If the UBW doesn't pose an imminent danger, it won't be dealt with immediately. And even if a UBW is regarded as posing a hazard, or if it is to be included in the actionable UBWs, the BD will still look at the merits of the case as well as the facts known to the BD to determine the mode of law enforcement. So my experience tells me that it is only normal and common and understandable to see that the BD may act in a different pace when it comes to UBWs. Even for the same building, some UBWs may be acted upon very quickly, like in 6 months' time, while others in 3 years' time. So depending on the merits of the case, the BD may have a different timetable for similar UBWs. I think it is normal and it is common. I speak from my personal experience. Now, the BD has come up with this idea about ways to handle UBWs involving senior government officials and public figures. I think this is already a matter of double standard and special circumstances warranting special treatment. The BD has already acted very swiftly, and I'm sure the BD will act on it vigorously within a short period of time. Last Wednesday, we had a debate to have a vote of no confidence in the CE. From the speech made by lawmakers, we see that many members have already come to a clear position. So for members who have indicated their clear position about the vote of no confidence to speak again to appoint a select committee means that it is a matter of trying to take political stance, and it seems that they are just waiting for his head to roll. The CE has disappointed the public in relation to his response. I hope he can learn a lesson from it. I hope he can work hard. Looking back, I think C.Y. Leung, as far as UBWs are concerned, he has paid dearly in terms of its political price. No human beings are perfect. We should forgive those who are willing to turn a new leaf. Mr. C.Y. Leung has already apologized publicly. So, Mr. President, for the UBWs involving the CE, it has been going on for half a year's time. I hope that we can put it behind us, and I hope that C.Y. Leung can focus on the serious issues facing Hong Kong, and I hope that we can give him a chance so that we leave it behind us, so that we can move on. Thank you.
Assembly Lau. President, Sarah Lee spent only 4 minutes finishing her speech. President, a lot of people of Hong Kong would like to deal with this issue as quickly as possible, but we may not be able to do so. The matter has or will be haunting Hong Kong in the days to come. The councillors and the officials will find it very difficult to have a full mind on other business. Mr. Lee said that Mr. C.Y. Leung has paid dearly for this whole saga. People may not have an idea how dearly he paid for it, but the whole community of Hong Kong has paid dearly for it. Many people are feeling disturbed and infuriated about the whole thing. So Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion is intended to deal with this issue of concern to us, and we hope that we can orderly, I'm not sure what it is, quickly deal with this issue that is besetting Hong Kong. Now, like Mr. Lee said, he has done something wrong. We have to carry out an investigation. It's not just UBWs, as you heard, Mr. President. Many people have UBWs. Now, Ms. Priscilla Leung talked about pardoning the whole UBWs, and Ms. Ann Chung said that C.Y. Leung should sell his property, and that's not good enough either. Mr. President, here in LegCo, this is a very good way of dealing with the matter. Previously, we invoked the LCPPO to investigate certain things, and we did have credibility in the community, and people accept that LegCo will be acting fairly and justly. So Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan does have very good justification for that. Now, like Mr. Lee said, we are carrying out investigation. We don't have any preconceived ideas. There are loads of questions that are disturbing us. That is, we find it very difficult to move forward. Now, when it comes to housing problem, it has to do with UBWs, education. When we talk about education, we are sidetracked by these UBWs. But some members said that we should not investigate the officials, the buildings departments, and so on. Now, if you look at the officials, the director of buildings department, Mr. L. Choi Gai, was severely criticized by the people of Hong Kong. The media are very, very angry. After this issue has flared up. The media waited outside his office and refused to meet them. On the 29th of November, he came out and talked to the media without informing them. I think he's really learning it from some other officials, and nobody knew he came out to talk to the media. And I mean, he expected people to know that he would come out and speak to the public. He said when he came out that he expressed the dissatisfaction on behalf of the buildings department officials. He was expected to come out and explain the whole thing, and the moment he came out, he said he was expressing the dissatisfaction on behalf of the officials. Some, according to him, said that the BD shielded the chief executive. He said he had to make it very clear that nothing could be further from the truth. And it wasn't really a proper press conference that happened on November the 29th. The next day, November the 30th, the Secretary Paul Chen read out the press release. The local Surveyors Association issued a press release. Like the Secretary said, the officials or officers at the buildings department are finding it disturbing to hear all these public criticisms, and they would like to make clarifications. In fact, the director already made the speech, and we heard it from the officers themselves, and they said that we supported the department's initiative to clarify the guidelines regarding enforcement to assuage public concerns, and a fair and just assessment of the whole thing could be made on the basis of facts. And they said they had the determination to uphold professional integrity and would not tolerate any shielding of anybody. And they said that they said so not because of any urging from the department. At the House Committee on December 7th, on the basis of this letter, I solicited this letter. They made available the letter to not just to me but to all members. Some members said that bearing in mind what the association said, the union would be in support of a select committee. But the union wrote back to say that they never expressed any desire for a select committee to be formed. They spoke on their own initiative. They were not under any instruction from the department or under any pressure to express all these views. I'm not a unionist, Mr. Lee is, but if you read between the lines, you know what is happening. Obviously, some civil servants would like to be hauled before let's go for interrogation. That much I understand. Mr. Xi Jinping told the U.S. government that the principal officials would be scared stiff if they had to be hauled before let's go. I understand why the civil servants are worried about it, but they're also infuriated. They said that they have been framed. Are they framed by the media, the let's go, or anybody? I think we ought to have an opportunity to hear from the officers themselves. I think the director, the bureau secretaries have never made things clear for the civil servants. That's why they feel aggrieved. Some would be really infuriated with the buildings department. Now, there was mention of inspection of the standing mention of Mr. Leung's. It was in 2001, 19th of January. I'm reading this press release issued by the Buildings Department. 14th of December, 2012, they talked about what they did about 12 years ago. The people feel that they didn't give a sufficiently clear account of what they did. They said that they looked at the beams, the columns, the staircases, and so on. I'm not sure whether you read Ji Sum's, the commentator's article. That he said that it sounded as if the buildings department have found some historical relics, like terracotta or something. Now there was a wall, there was the beam, and so on. Mr. Commentator, Mr. Ng, wasn't trying to be light-hearted. The buildings department enjoyed such massive power. They carried out the inspection, and 12 years later, they're not prepared to tell the public what they found out. They said that they saw the beam, the wall, and all the rest of it. They were not sure what they were there for. I mean, we can it make people feel that they found some historical relics. Now, the obvious question is, who did it? All these walls and beams, was it Chi-wai LEUNG who built them? Or was it his predecessor? Why is it that nobody came out and accounted for that? Now, why did he have to build the UPWs? Did he just invite a friend to look at the whole thing and wouldn't tell us the whole truth? I mean, all these are not vexatious and trivial matters, and this is something that warrant attention. Otherwise, we feel cheated. I hope that the buildings department officers would address all these issues. I mean, this is not a good enough account of the whole thing with two just press releases. Now, it was said that the buildings department officials did enter the secret chamber, and photos were taken for the record. Nobody brought these out, and nobody said anything, but someone wrote about these. What does it say, President? Those in the know are not all dead. Why are we only given the information in drips and drabs? I do hope that there would be an opportunity for us to let all the relevant people give an account of the whole thing in an orderly manner. That the secretary said that he would like to give an account of the whole thing, but nobody would take his words for it because he was so evasive. He was economical with the truth. I mean, this is sad for Hong Kong. I mean, what is even worse is Zhang Xiaoming is taking over as the director of the liaison office. I mean, if there are problems with the leaders, we have to do something about it. Mr. Lee's motion is just to invite members to set up a select committee. Now, with any committee, the pro-establishment members would be taking up the majority. Now, with this committee, we can look at all these questions that we raised. How many lies, what web of lies did Chi-wai LEUNG concocted? Are there any officials who tried to show favoritism and shielded him? Now, the mainland officials said that they cherish the system in Hong Kong, the clean system, the efficient system in Hong Kong that enjoyed some integrity. We don't really want Chi-wai LEUNG's administration to wreak havoc on this system. We'd like to restore confidence in the international community in Hong Kong. I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Sid Ho, Thank you, President. I rise to speak in support of Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion, and that is we should invoke our powers and privileges in setting up a select committee to investigate into the UBWs of the CE as well as the way he has handled the UBWs. Some said our powers and privileges are now used as a political weapon, and we are trying to wield it to force the CE to step down. If you keep on saying that we should not use our powers and privileges, isn't that also a political tool? And the political aim you try to achieve is to preserve the position for the CE. And you are saying that he can still sit on the position of CE despite all the lies that he has told. That's also politics, but also politics that goes against public interest. Mr. Martin Liu says we are given great power without restrictions when we exercise our powers and privileges, and we must exercise those in the interest of public. I have to clarify that under the LCPPO gives us powers that with the consent of the President and the Council as a whole, we can ask witnesses to attend our hearings, and they will be required to produce books and registers and documents. This is no criminal investigation. Our powers are small. We can only exercise the powers to summon certain people to attend an open hearing in this council, which will be attended by the media or broadcast by the media as well. And documents have to be produced. And even if they don't produce the documents, we cannot search their homes or premises or offices. Such powers, which would be great, can only be exercised by the police. We'll always be polite, and we will be asking for the production of documents. And there are certain limitations under Section 13 of the LCPPO. You can refuse to answer questions or produce documents as required. When documents, registers, and records are private in nature and which are not going to have a bearing on the hearing, then you can refuse to produce them. And you can also refuse to answer questions of a similar nature. Therefore, even if we set up a select committee, it doesn't mean that we enjoy limitless powers and we can examine the witnesses, cross-examine the witnesses any way we like. This will have to do with the terms of reference, which must have something to do with public interest. And then we can ask questions and ask for the production of documents. Therefore, our powers are subject to control. Of course, in doing this, we have to be accountable to the public, and we'll only be conducting such proceedings when there is public interest. Mr. Liu talked about the new airport, the shark piling incidents, and the Lehman Brothers incidents. All of these are related to public interest. I don't know why Mr. Liu has omitted to mention that the select committee to look into Mr. Leung Chee-mun's involvement in another case of defer benefits for officials. I wonder why he omitted to mention this case of corruption. Some would say that we can achieve nothing because we don't have actual powers. Of course, we don't have power to conduct a criminal investigation, and we're not going to hand out judgment like a court. We cannot send the person to jail. We cannot impose a fine. That's not something for this council. We would write a report after the investigation. We would try to inform the public the truth, and then we can make recommendations. When we did this in respect of the handling of SARS by the SAR government, the Select Committee's report made a number of recommendations on the control of epidemics and also the way hospitals should respond. And that's why we have special isolated wards in our hospitals, and the HA has now set up a system involving a set of warning of different levels. And after the CM LEUNG's case, we have made recommendations on how to regulate post-retirement employment of senior officials. And there's now a longer cooling off period and a system of vetting such applications. And as a result, Mr. CM LEUNG could not be employed by the New World Group because of the public interests involved. And the Select Committee was successful in informing the public the truth of the case. So by setting up a Select Committee, we're not trying to actually punish the parties concerned. A lot of pressure can be brought to the parties concerned, and there will be concrete improvements for governance in the future. So this is positive. But of course, if the powers are not exercised properly, then there may be negative results. There's an example. We were trying to ascertain whether Mr. C.Y. Leung had any conflict of interest in relation to the West Kowloon Cultural District. At the start, Mr. C.Y. Leung was not yet elected CE. He was elected CE later. I was a member. At first, we wanted to investigate thoroughly, and then gradually we exercised a lot of self-restraint. And that's why the Select Committee was not very successful. However, during the investigation, we have come to understand that Mr. C.Y. Leung has a very narrow view of conflict of interest. According to his interpretation, well, it's difficult to establish a case of conflict of interest unless you catch someone red-handed with some bright money in the pocket. So he has tried to play down conflict of interest or the possibility of getting or granting deferred benefits. But that's not in line with public expectation of public officials. This time, we want to ask questions of integrity. At what stage would you be willing to call someone as a person of no integrity? It's a question of degree. The Select Committee can establish facts, and these are the established objective facts. Mr. C.Y. Leung has told a number of lies. I think that's the consensus of the public. However evasive, he has been trying to, this impression still sticks in the mind of people. But we have to ascertain how untrue were his statements when he said he handled UBW for the first time only at the peak residence, and then it was exposed that he also handled UBWs for his Stanley residence. So when he talked about that being the first time, was he talking about the first time in 2011? So was it a habitual liar? Our life is affected by his government. We have a right to know that. Although it can be expected that even if Mr. C.Y. Leung comes again, he's just going to read out the same script. But occasionally, when pressed, he would repeat his lies. Just like the last Q&A session, he openly said that he didn't say that there was no UBW in his home. Mr. President, to be consistent, the easier thing to say is to say something based on facts. If there's nothing to hide, if you are not trying to cheat the public, and you just tell the truth, the facts, and you just speak in accordance with the memory in the careless way you can, then it will be consistent every time. But if you want to hide something, and then you will come up with different versions depending on the pressure you face. And in this case, people will know that you are not consistent. There are conflicts among different versions. And then people will know that he's not telling the truth and he's cheating the public. This time we want to know whether civil servants were pressurized to shoot someone. We hope our civil servants will continue to be fair-minded and acting in accordance with the law. But after the SAR government, there is nothing new that we have heard cases of civil service being pressurized. We would like to invoke our powers and privileges and summon them to testify so that they will be telling the truth under oath or produce documents as required. We hope that through combing through the documents, we can tell whether the CE did tell the whole truth or whether he told us things that he really believed. Shielding corruption is the start of a corrupt government. If we try to get more floor space through UBWs, it's greedy. And if the CE candidate tries to use this as an excuse to attack his opponent, this is also greed. He's greedy of power, of a senior position. We have to set up this, we have to vote to set up this select committee. It also tells us your baseline concerning truth and standards of truth, and then we can tell people whether we are here to condone anyone at all.
Does any other member wish to speak? Ms. Priscilla Leung. President, in the last term, we set up 4 select committees. Subcommittee on the Lehman Brothers incident, the Select Committee on CM Leung, the Select Committee on West Kowloon Cultural District, as well as the Select Committee on Kam Nai Wai. I took part in the work of 3 out of the 4 select committees. Just now, some members mentioned the Kam Nai Wai committee, and I want to say that for that committee, we did not invoke upon the powers and privileges ordinance. I remember there was very heated discussion, and finally, only the pro-establishment members took part in the work of the committee. And it was concluded that although Mr. Kam Nai Wai made some inconsistent remarks, members of the committee were unanimous in that the PNP ordinance should not be used. And so we did not seek such powers from the whole council. And then the subcommittee on Lehman Brothers, we invoked upon the ordinance. We worked for 4 years. And then concerning the West Kowloon select committee, I had a lot of reservations about setting up the committee. It was towards the end of the term. We had to hastily set up the committee, conclude the work within a matter of months. And in fact, we did try to make recommendations on ways to prevent similar things from happening in major competitions, but we simply didn't have a time for discussion. And so we had a lot of experience in the last term using the Powers and Privileges Ordinance. Should we make use of such powers to investigate the CE? Concerning our suspicions, our allegations about what happened. Such things happened before the CE assumed office. And the CE issued a written statement with over 10 pages. And I, in fact, was listening to a radio program, and I heard that many said that what was omitted from the written statement was an apology. And I can remember that on that same night, the CE apologized. And in fact, the CE has apologized on various occasions. And I think at the time, it was said that he had to very sincerely and seriously apologize in verbal or in written form. And then we invited him to the CE's question time to provide us with information about the UBWs. So he was asked to give a full account, and in fact, he apologized. And in my view, he could have done better with regard to his apology. In other words, he should have given an unconditional apology for what happened before he assumed office and what happened after he assumed office, and he should have apologized to the public, to all those affected, and to his colleagues. But I think he argued over the various details. So in my view, he should have given an apology for everything that has happened. Now, some found his apology acceptable, some found it unacceptable. But I think the fact is that he has made a few apologies, and I can accept his apologies. Now, in fact, the other things happened before he assumed office. In fact, we have electrical members, we have senior officials who were involved in UBWs. But the reality is that some electrical members were also involved in UBW cases, and some of them said that they were willing to demolish such structures. One member said that I suggested that there should be an amnesty with regard to all UBWs. I think my comment has been totally distorted. In June, I asked the CE to set up an expert committee comprising experts, representatives from the profession, representatives from the urban area, and the NT, representatives from political parties. I said such an expert committee should be set up to look at policies to deal with different categories of UBWs. I never said I wanted the CE to pardon all the UBWs. Now, in fact, last time when the remark was made, I didn't refute the member. Now, you can view the recordings. You can listen to the recordings. In fact, after I had made the suggestion, there were many in the urban area and many in the NT who supported the idea because the problem was a long-standing problem, and some asked whether hammering a nail on the wall would amount to a UBW. Now, in fact, the buildings, many have said that they've received from the buildings department removal or demolition orders, and they feel that such orders are a nuisance. So I never said that there should be an amnesty. So please do not put words into my mouth. And then when the West Kowloon Select Committee was set up, Mr. Abraham Cheuk adopted a very high profile. And so last week when we debated the no confidence motion, I did not really know whether Mr. Abraham Cheuk would support the motion or not. And I was moved when I heard what him say. He said that in fact if there are some who want to make CY step down, he should be the first one. And in fact, this morning he said in a program that he was against the special stamp duty. And so he said that his CY's policies were opposite to his platform. Then Mr. Abraham Cheuk said that he was he knew about these UBWs very well, and I listened to him very carefully in that debate. He spoke in English. Then in the debate I knew the position of Mr. Abraham Cheuk. Now, why am I talking about Mr. Abraham Cheuk? When at that time when it was said that the West Kowloon Select Committee should be set up, I argued with him. I said that during the election period, such a select committee should not be set up to because that might affect the election outcome. And Ms. Lee Fong-ying agreed with me. Now, CY Leung has been elected. Now, no politician is perfect. No LegCo member is perfect. No senior ranking official is perfect. He has apologized on many occasions. I think we should put the matter behind us. May I appeal to the CE, the Buildings Department, and the Development Bureau to look ahead, as I've suggested. The BD is issuing many demolition orders every day. But I think we really have to try to deal with this political bombshell. In fact, LegCo members may not know, or they may ask themselves whether there are UBWs at home. You know, in Hong Kong, there are a lot of grievances in our community. I think we are beginning to be reluctant to forgive. It seems that for small issues, they are blown up and they become big issues. For bombshells, they explode. And then as a result, we do not have time and energy to do really important things. Now, I think it's just normal that there are different views in this council. Now, in fact, we of course have our own preferred candidates. In fact, when CY is elected, maybe the majority of the electors were unhappy because CY was not their choice. But then, should we go on and on and on this UBW issue? Now, in this council, we have different political views, but I think we can put aside these differences when we know we need to work for the well-being of Hong Kong. There were such previous examples concerning the Lehman Brothers Committee, the CM Leung Committee. We were unanimous. And then concerning West Kowloon Committee, of course there were different views. And then the Kam Nai Wai Committee, we didn't invoke upon the PNP powers. I believe those who haven't worked in PNP committees feel rather excited about the opportunity to use PNP to investigate certain matters. I can understand such a mentality. But then I want to say that these problems surrounding CY occurred before he became CE. So it's not appropriate to use PNP powers to investigate him. And so I will now call upon members not to go on and on this matter. I think we should put our heads together to monitor and scrutinize the platform and the policies of the new government. We should ask the government to carefully listen to the views of the public. So with these remarks, I oppose the motion.
Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. Mr. President, I heard the speech of Dr. Priscilla Leung and found that laughable. This is a classical example of non-differentiation between the correct and the wrong. Whether or not C.Y. Leung had got UBWs, that's rather clear. But we don't yet know whether he was telling lies and he had been using one lie to cover another. That's we don't yet know. So how is that related to his cooperation with the LECHCO? We would like to clarify the incident. If he is in dereliction of duty, he should depart. That's what we have to do. I think we've already exhausted our views. There's nothing we really want to say anymore. Well, let me tell you a joke. My mother has always been complaining that those who kill and rob become rich. Those who work hard are always poor. I'm very familiar with two persons. One is known as Liu Xiaobo, another one known as C.Y. Leung, Leung Chun-ying. C.Y. Leung cheated his superiors and his subordinates. Mr. Liu Xiaobo has been imprisoned. One told the truth, whether or not you want to hear it. He drafted the 2008 Charter. The other one cheated his superiors and subordinates. Well, I think he should have been satisfied with cheating just one party, but he chose to cheat everybody. Well, I think I will not dwell anymore on Liu Xiaobo, otherwise I would be criticized. Well, let me mention two issues. Lies can be differentiated into heavy ones and light ones. Have you seen my goddaughter, who is very small? She asked, Uncle Longhair, why is it that I always see you on TV? I said, I live in the TV. That's why I am always there. So she continued to knock on the TV set to call me. I have to apologize. I later said, I don't live in the TV set. I live in Kowloon Bay. And I apologized to children even on that lie. And now C.Y. Leung is the head of a place, although he is not the king of a country. But he cheated in winning his post. Priscilla Leung, C.Y. Leung in his election campaign said that his rival was not just involved in UBWs, but in integrity issues. And you said four fingers are pointing at yourself. Yes, we're talking about UBWs. And President, you did not rule her out of order. I found that strange, but I remained silent. So we're not just on UBWs, but integrity. Now, a people cannot be established without honesty. Yan Yuan is cited as saying that somebody must understand what's important. If soldiers are to be withdrawn, what should be put first? And then we had this quotation of, ever since the ancient times, a people cannot be established without honesty. soldiers and people plus honesty are the three cornerstones of a country. And what should come first is honesty and integrity. Without honesty and integrity, a country cannot be established. A country cannot stand. Well, very often people say that long hair teaches children to behave poorly. And Mencius said, if there's no passion, no sympathy, it's not a human being. If there's no differentiation between the correct and the wrong, it's not a human being. Every human being has passion and sympathy. And rituals also are crucial to human beings. And the ability to differentiate between right and wrong is also basic for a human being. C.Y. Leung has no honesty. Well, he may impose harsh policies on us, but he doesn't care. If the LegCo does not pass his benevolent policy, then the general public is not going to get any cent. That is no passion and sympathy. And then people say that he is telling lies. And as Priscilla Leung said, he said he is about UBWs. It's not about honesty and integrity. Well, what kind of people is this? Well, if in court, the judge will scold him as a dishonest witness. So, even though it may not be an extreme evil, he should step down, he should resign. If he still has a slight degree of logic, he should depart. He understands very well that he has now become a burden of the Communist Party. We are asked to believe Tung Chi-wai type of lies. I don't know eventually whether or not C.Y. Leung is to depart with a painful leg or not. Well, he is queried about his integrity and honesty. He bought the property in 1999 and he's a professional. In the year 2000, you got the UBW in the Stanley residence. In 1999, the professional person did not detect that. And in 2011, he did not have to rely on a professional. At one time, he claimed that he's a professional. At one time, he claimed that he's not professional enough. Professional. Throughout the whole world, many evils were done in the name of professionalism. By professional, we call for integrity. It's just like the doctors. Same for lawyers, architects. He himself is a surveyor, but he has been cheating Hong Kong people in that manner. In 2011, what happened? Donald Tsang asked all EXCO members and senior officials to go back and verify whether or not they got UBWs. He didn't detect his UBW, but suddenly in 2011, he detected his UBW. And then he did not employ other professionals, but used his only professionalism to seal off or close off the UBW. So he reneged on his previous words. He tried to cover one lie by another, and the lie grew and grew. He now became an expert in lying. And it's strange that he still gets so much support here in this chamber. Well, there are these 10 commandments in the Bible. The third commandment is, you must not be caught red-handed. 12th commandment, caught red-handed but still deny. 13th commandment, if you're criticized, you should refute, you should fight back and say that you people are devils I didn't do that. Well, he breached even the 13th commandment. Well, he now claims that people who catch him red-handed have ill intentions. Well, that's Communist Party. Well, even as a Communist Party member, he's in the wrong. President, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Chairman Mao. We should be humble and not get annoyed and angry. We should spare no effort in serving the Chinese people. But then C.Y. Leung is proud and annoyed. We asked him to come here. This is the only body under the basic law to monitor him. Even on roadshow, he said that the LECHCO is the only monitor of the government. But then we had to beg him to come. He treated us like a mistress, a concubine. And then he came. Still, he told lies. He continued to stage a show. President, in this world, what we are most afraid of is the word serious, same for Communist Party member. Well, Chairman Mao made a solemn promise. Well, at least he's an underground Communist Party member. He mentioned Bible, Mencius, Confucius, Communist Party. The declaration of the Communist Party says that we're not afraid of disclosing our objective. Of course, our objective is sound and grand. And he was in your seat then before I threw an object at him. He said that our measures of governance would be implemented in loads after loads. When one is mature, we'll launch it. But now, his scandals emerged one after another, correct? After one scandal, we got another. Well, what should we do about him? If the CE is not correct, if he's not behaving, he's setting a bad example. Ever since June, we already learned that our CE relied on telling lies to gain his post. What will people say? Even the CE is like that. It's dereliction of duty. What kind of leadership he still has? What sort of leadership is this? As Priscilla Leung said, one finger pointing at others, four at himself. What about Mak Chai Kwong, Lam Fan Kang? Oh, where's Paul Chan? Maybe he's left to have a drink. Well, don't drive. Don't buy any more subdivided flats. We'll see you openly tell lies. Dereliction of duty. He's no longer able to execute his duties. He's covering one lie by another. A person who cannot discharge his duty should go. And we're not yet impeaching him. We're asking for an inquiry only. The most interesting and funny thing about Priscilla Leung is the Watergate incident happened a long time ago, but President Nixon was investigated into after his assumption of post. Telephone recordings caused him to step down. Fortunately, you're not a member of parliament in the U.S., in the Congress or Senate. Otherwise, you'll be killed by a gun on the street. Otherwise, we don't have any impeachment in this world. Well, honestly speaking, C.Y. Leung should include you in his cabinet. Today I kill, I destroy the corpse, the body. Tomorrow, there's nothing. What's integrity and honesty then? Impeachment is very special. So long as we abide by the law, so long as we act within a time limit, well, any politician who's voted down under a no-confidence vote should depart. The most unfortunate thing is that we all know very well that the CE tarnishes the status of Hong Kong. we clearly know very much that the sea is covering one lie after another. Our great and bright Communist Party, Chinese Communist Party, has been cheated, but our bright and grand Chinese Communist Party cannot admit mistakes, cannot admit that small circle election is incorrect. So it's going to leave corruption as it is. For Chi-wai, he said that so long as he no longer mentioned 85,000 flats, it's gone. Shark's fins are more expensive than beef noodles. What about luxury flats and ordinary residences? You see, this is already only the beginning of the term. He's already like this. And they say that we should not inquire into him. So we are leaving the outside there in being infected, but that will kill people. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam. With regard to the issue of Mr. Leung's UBWs, it has been in the public for a few months. The public are very concerned, and last month, the CE came to this council to be questioned by members and to answer relevant questions. According to his remarks, he was open and honest in giving an account of the matter to the council, and admitted that he had some oversight in handling of the matter and in giving account to the public. He apologized to the public, and he also apologized to the civil service for the trouble and pressure he has caused to them. President, I understand that some members of the public still have doubts and misunderstanding about this matter. We understand that the CE has made some mistakes in this matter, and after he has apologized, he should work double hard and regain the trust of the people using his good governance. President, at the council meeting last Wednesday, we had a debate of the motion of no confidence. The views of different political parties and groups have been deliberated. Do we really need to have an agenda item week after week discussing this in the council? We might as well spend more time on livelihood issues. Perhaps that would be more beneficial to our community. Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion is that the council appoints a select committee to inquire into the unauthorized building works in the houses of Mr. Leung. I'd like to repeat what's perhaps a cliche. The powers and privileges ordinance of the council is an ultimate tool. It should not be invoked lightly. It should only be used for inquiry into matters of grave public interest. Now, if we are to use it lightly, then perhaps we should adopt the same standards in evoking it. President, as we all know, the question of UBWs, whether it is in the peak or some shape or in the anti or in the urban areas, it is a commonplace problem. How do we identify UBWs? How do we deal with this very common phenomenon in society? We have to be very cautious, and we should also adopt the same standard in tackling such matters. According to media reports, the properties of some senior officials and celebrities also have UBWs. So should all people be subject to investigation? Is LegCo a legislature or an inquiry body? I want to say here that for matters that involve grave public interest, The Electrical Powers and Privileges Ordinance is our ultimate weapon. It should be the last resort. It should not be used lightly. If it is to be invoked, we must be fair. We should not use this imperial sword as a weapon or a tool for political struggle. And I hope we can deal with issues and not persons, and we should not adopt double standards. I do not have any religion, but I have read many religious books. I have also read the Bible. In the book to the Philippians, chapter 3, verses 13 to 14, it is said that we should forget the past and work hard towards the future and run towards the goal. The CE's UBWs has bothered us for a few months, and may I use this Bible verse to advise the CE to learn a lesson from this issue and then lead his team in doing practical things for the administration and take care of people's livelihood so that it can regain the trust of the community and we can go back to the right track. With these remarks, I oppose the motion.
Mr. James Tin. Mr. President, today Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan is moving a motion. He would like to ask the Council to appoint a select committee to inquire into the UBWs of the CE's home. Last week, there was a motion to cast a vote of no confidence in him, again that arose from his UBWs. A few days ago, he came to the Legislative Council. He appeared before the legislative councillors. He told us his views, quite a lot of them. For the Liberal Party, we have the following position. As far as the question of UBWs is concerned, yes, indeed, some people have said that UBWs are very common in Hong Kong. I also agree. In the Chinese term, 僭建, well, in English it is called unauthorized building works and illegal structures. But in Chinese, we translate both into 僭建. It means that they haven't been authorized. As far as the structure is concerned, it is not part of the legally permitted. For unauthorized building works, some of them are of a larger scale, others are of a smaller scale. For a drying rack, it could be a UBW. And for a split-type air conditioner, for the one extruding, protruding outside of your interior part without permission, it is UBW. For a home on the peak, in relation to the trellis, the cover of the carport, etc. For such UBWs, I think in Hong Kong, other than those living in public housing, I don't think they can really put up any UBWs. Otherwise, it would be quite common to have something like that. However, for a chamber underground, irrespective of whether it is 200 square feet or 300 square feet, it would indeed be a UBW. You can't really describe it in any other way and try to make it appear not to be UBW. And then another school of thought is that since UBWs are so common in Hong Kong, how come that the CE should be treated so differently and the matter has been magnified? Yes, UBWs are common, but whether you live in a luxury home on the peak or not, but then for others who have UBWs, they don't run for the post of the CE. They're just an ordinary person, an ordinary businessman. But then if you run for the post of the CE, you have to make sure that you are cleaner than clean and whiter than white. But does it mean that no one can run for the post of the CE? It seems that the argument doesn't stand. However, when you come to the analysis of it, the UBWs lead to the question of integrity. The question of integrity leads to the argument that someone has gained the position of CE by cheating. So this is a big problem. It isn't just a matter of the CE have some UBWs integrity. if the CE thinks that he hasn't got any UBWs, how come that November last year, he built a wall to seal it off? If it had not been a UBW, he would have left it intact. He would not have sealed it. And then he said nothing about it in March this year. During the electoral process, I am not actually referring to the two televised debates. But in the electoral process, candidates went around meeting with different groups of the community. He gave people the impression that Henry Tang had a UBW. C.Y. Leung, as a candidate for the C's post, he had no UBWs. So when you see it this way, it shows that he has a problem of integrity. And therefore, towards the end of February, early March, we saw that at that time, Henry Tang used to enjoy 30–40% in terms of popularity rating. And then C.Y. Leung had 10+, and then in the last few days, there was a reverse. Henry Tang's popularity rating dropped to 10–20%, while C.Y. Leung got 30–40%. Of course, the central people's government would also look at the popularity rating of the candidates. So eventually, C.Y. Leung was given the post of the CE. So from this perspective, C.Y. Leung's CE post was obtained by cheating. As things develop, the Liberal Party is of the view that all the documents and as well his Q&A sessions show that the CE's question is that he has not been frank about his UBWs, and then the evidence is hard and fast. We believe that it is 100%. No, don't go to such an extreme. At least it's 90% certain. So what's the purpose of having an investigation unless the Pan-Democrats do not agree with such an argument? If we believe that it is already confirmed, then you don't need to look into it. On the other hand, if the other side don't think that there is a problem, then there's no need to investigate into the matter. So we believe that there's no need to have a further investigation. Mr. President, this is the gist of the motion. Last week, it was about a vote of no confidence. Now, the Liberal Party is of the view that the evidence is strong. There are indeed UBWs. He didn't admit it, and so there was the problem of integrity. At that time, in March, his popularity ratings went up quickly, and so he got the support from the Central People's Government to become the CE, and then C.Y. Leung became the CE. We believe that there is already sufficient evidence, call it what you may, or information, to file an answer to this question. So what's the purpose of more investigation? The more investigation will still yield the same answer, that is, he is guilty of it. So today, for us to invoke the powers to have a select committee, I think it's unnecessary. Since you give us 15 minutes to talk about it, let me comment on the second part of the debate. Last week, we thought hard and fast. We said that perhaps he should be shown a yellow card instead of a red card. Like what the barrister has said, perhaps he should be given a suspended sentence for his conviction. Of course, last week, Mr. Zhang Duxing, acting as the CS, explained to us how hardworking the CE has been. For the past 6 months, he has been meeting with that number of groups, that number of citizens, how hardworking he has been in his job. Well, we won't say that this is wrong. For the past 6 months, C.Y. Leung as the CE on certain issues have been very positive and active, though sometimes the approach may not have the agreement of the Liberal Party, but at least he has been quite positive in his work. Sometimes we say that it is like he has, to a certain extent, he has gained his post by cheating. I'm in the business sector. When you recruit an employee, if the employee comes and then he obtains the job by cheating, but then once in the post, he's very hardworking. Would you just fire him immediately, or would you give him a chance to prove himself? Well, as we have said, we are showing him the yellow card to give him a warning. But for how long? As I have said last week, we should give him time to prove himself. Let's see what policies he's going to introduce, whether they get the recognition of the citizens, and then we'll pass a judgment later. This week, a number of newspapers came up with an opinion poll finding after last week's motion debate. I think it's half-half, 50-50. 40% plus would like him to step down immediately, while 40% plus think that, yes, despite his problem, he should be given the chance to stay in the post. So it shows that we are right. Half of the people think that he's wrong. Half of the people think that he should be given a chance despite having this problem so that he can move on to something else. Now that he has this record, I'm sure the community and the lawmakers would, especially in terms of problems of integrity, pay special and close attention. He'll be under close monitoring. For policies, yes, it's difficult to judge. Whether a policy is well implemented, we can't just blame it on him. Like the case of BSD, we don't quite support it. We are going to move an amendment. But in a year's time, if the property prices stabilize, then of course he's successful. If it fails, can you really blame him alone? And then in the case of the old age living allowance, would like to have $300,000 or $500,000 being the asset limit. The administration thinks that it's not necessary to have the asset limit as high as that. As to the final outcome, it depends on how the community think about it. Well, I think the only sort of yardstick is the popularity rating. On every issue, on every policy, the community will score him, and we can tell whether he has failed or not. And then for integrity, it is entirely his own problem. But I firmly believe that as far as his policies are concerned, as things go, I hope he won't have another crisis of integrity. Now, the Liberal Party has indicated our position. We believe that there is indeed evidence to show that there is a problem. Once we have decided on this, I don't think we need to have a select committee to follow up on the matter. Therefore, the Liberal Party opposes the motion today. Thank you.
Mr. Albert Ho. Mr. President, a lot of the pro-establishment members kept saying that why do we have to invoke the powers and privileges ordinance so easily? This is a trump card, and it would take serious public interest that we should invoke this P&P. But didn't you listen to what people have to say? Now, what we are debating and expressing concern about is not so much just UPWs. Like C.wai LEUNG said, this is integrity. If the chief executive's integrity is called into question, how can it not be a matter of serious public concern? Today, all over the streets, all over the media, all over the web, we've heard a lot of discussions that said that the chief executive is a liar. He's a lying chief executive. He lied to cheat the media, the members of the public, and he lied his way into his job, the top job as chief executive. And all these were not admitted to by the chief executive himself. This is precisely the reason, Mr. President, that we have to carry out an investigation. We have to lay all the facts on the table to clear the air. If we do not resolve this problem, then this would be an issue of UPW. The chief executive himself is an unauthorized building structure in our system, and we have to do something to demolish it. Many said that the chief executive, Chi-wai Leung, has already been frank and honest in answering the media's question. He's also come before Lee Cheuk-yan and subjected himself to questioning for an hour. What else do we expect him to answer? Now, if you look back on the past couple of months and the way he handled the matter, I can see a few steps. First of all, when he was questioned, the first move was to evade. I can't remember. Such a long time ago, I have to go back to the record. I can't remember it well enough. So he will never answer the questions direct. And he's been dragging on his feet over many questions. He would wait a long time to face up to them. Second, he tried to hide them. Whenever he heard that Ming Pao would reveal his UBW, straight away he removed the garden trellis, not to mention the stand he mentioned. Now it has been turned into a historical relic. The buildings department of officers saw the staircases, the columns, and so on during their visits. Or he would build a wall to hide the whole thing and said that it no longer existed because he couldn't see it. Had it not been for the visit by the buildings department in June that gave rise to suspicion, and four letters were sent to him, but had it not been for that, he wouldn't have come clean about it. That's really his move to hide the matter. Third, failing all that, he would play around with words. He would say that that's not my awareness at the time. He said on that day that in my memory, I don't remember, I didn't say I had no UPWs. And he said, he turned around and said that he made the remark in the context of the election debate. Now, when challenged, he would add so many embellishments to qualify what he previously said. Someone asked him what he called the reporters, and he would say that I didn't call the reporters. And then someone confronted him by saying that he was on the phone with the reporter, and then he turned around and said that yes, but it wasn't me on the phone. Now he resorted to all these sophistry. He played around with words to evade all these issues. When when all these moves have failed him, and he was confronted with a lot of evidence, then he went so far as to offer an apology. The apologies were not for the facts. The apologies were not admission of all these wrongdoing. It was they were apologies bereft of any sincerity. He apologized so that he could continue to hide all these facts that he was not prepared to reveal. These were apologies without sincerity, and how can we accept all these apologies and lay the matter to rest? Now, the key question right now is to get to the bottom of the truth. And this is precisely the reason why Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan moves this motion. What is Chi-wai Leung afraid of? What are the pro-establishment members afraid of? Maybe I do understand when you lie, or when you lie and hope that nobody would find out about it, then you would be afraid of any investigations. Similarly, for those who are telling the truth, for those who are honest, there is nothing for them to be afraid of. They wouldn't be afraid of any investigation that is set up to get to the bottom of the truth. Or if anything, the revelation of the truth would be a very potent weapon to prove their innocence or to refute any allegations leveled against him. Today, it is very clear that those in support of Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion are not afraid of any investigation to reveal the truth. They're not afraid of being confronted with the truth. Those who are against would concoct all manner of excuses to evade the truth because they are fearful of the truth. Some quoted the example of Wai. All along, the Democratic Party's position is very clear. We facilitate the investigation. We wouldn't object to LegCo trying to carry out an investigation which is fair. Whether we invoke the PNP, it was up to this council. I'm sure if it was invoked, then Wai would be prepared to face up to it, and everybody from the party would be prepared to work with the select committee. I'm sure that this is the attitude that we should have. Many loyalists, members, said that we are taking advantage of this event to topple C.Y. Leung. President, if by telling the truth C.Y. Leung has to step down, then nobody should give him any pity that this is UBW that has to be demolished. If the lock is rotting, I mean, no worms will be coming out of the lock unless it is rotten. If there are problems, why do you have to conceal them? Some members of the public may say that they are sick and tired of the whole thing. Mr. President, if the chief executive or somebody else continue to shield the lies, and if they continue to shy away from this issue and not deal with them fairly and make it fair to the whole community, then nobody would be content. People would cast doubt on everything this chief executive would be saying. They would have doubts in their minds whether he is playing around with words, whether he's telling the truth. And this is something that we are really sick and tired of. And this is something that would drag on in the community. So I think we have to settle this score. To settle this score, we should not just say who should step down. We have to get to the bottom of the truth. President, the invocation of the LCPPO will incur a lot of costs. Like Mr. Tian said, has he ever looked at the select committees that were formed by LegCo before that a lot of people still remember, like the SARS epidemic, the opening, the chaos of the new airport, Leung Man, Lehman Brothers, and that caused losses on the part of the investing public. And also we had the select committee on the conflict of interest involving C.Y. Leung over the West Kowloon Cultural District. In previous investigations, I'm sure that if you go back to the reports, you would say that they were well worth the efforts. So why do you say or dismiss this idea by saying that this is wasting time and this is a wasteful use of our energy and efforts? By your logic, Mr. Ten, no select committee should have been formed in the first place. Why do we have? Why shouldn't we get rid of all these powers? Now, if you were to say that you don't want to be antagonizing the chief executive on the mainland, so be it. Why do you have to say all this? There is a price to pay for justice. I'm sure that the whole community would be prepared to pay for all these prices because we cherish a clean government. We cherish a chief executive with integrity. President, in light of our experience in using the Powers and Privileges Ordinance, we had bipartisan committee, and we would subpoena the witnesses, and we would collect the evidence, and then we analyze the evidence before coming to any conclusion. And we would adopt sensible attitude in our discussion before forming our conclusion. We may have different opinions, and all these divergent views would be included in the report. Now, what is most important is that the investigation would be conducted in a systematic and methodical manner. We would summon all these witnesses so that they would be able to express or to disclose the information under protection and in an uninhibited manner. Say, for instance, in his purchase of the property, there was a clause that he would take the property in spite of the UPWs. Also, when the bank offered him loans, there must be a surveyor's report. I'm sure that the report should be independently done by the bank, and all these UPWs should have been spotted. I mean, he is letting the cat out of the bag. I mean, it's up to the chief executive to decide how to deal with the UPWs. There are so many things I want to include in my speech, but I can't really have time for them. I support the motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Chi-chuen. President, on Sunday I went to my constituency. I met a small girl who accused her mother as another Chi-wai LEUNG. And I thought, what's happening? The mom said, I have no integrity. According to my daughter, I didn't keep my word. So I'm not worried that Mr. 689 would be a bad example for our children, because even a 6-year-old knows that he's a liar. So Mr. LEUNG is equivalent to liar. It's an adjective. Please don't be like Chi-wai LEUNG, meaning you please don't tell lies. Of course, many people would like to set up a select committee to find out the truth. As things stand, I think the significance of having an investigation is to teach the public a lesson, and also to tell the public whether our doubts are based on facts, and whether there are lessons to be learned as a matter of principle. And we can also let our younger generation know what is meant by integrity. The CE is a person with a lot of power vested in him. He has certain duties and responsibility to fulfill. And then we can also learn through the investigation that under what circumstances we should have strict requirements, and under what other circumstances we should be more sympathetic and generous. with more and more people living in subdivided flats in Hong Kong, and yet the CE is engaged in UBWs. So which side should we have sympathy? Mrs. Fanny Law asked us to set aside this baggage. Likewise, some members here are asking us to do the same. I think we have given up so much in terms of political rights. I think it's time for Mr. 689 to give up. He should give up his power and position and face up to the reality that he has lost all credibility. He should give a full account to the Select Committee and resign to take the responsibility. Let him become an example of someone who would take responsibility for one's own behavior. If we do not set up a Select Committee to have a thorough discussion, we will be failing the public, and we will also be letting down people who have been working day and night to collect evidence of Mr. C.Y. Leung's UBWs. And I'm talking about the media and reporters who investigated into the UBWs of his two residences on the Peak and in Stanley. They use reports and photos to refute the lies made by Mr. Leung. And their reports are much more better than our speeches here. It's even more intriguing than detective stories. And there were headline stories every couple of days. If we do not have a Select Committee, we are not going to get to the bottom of truth. Maybe Mr. Leung is so good at lying that he has come to believe his own lies. In a recent consultation forum, he has asked people to do practical things to get things done. But like reading mainland newspaper articles and news, we have to look at things from the other perspective. When he said he's transparent and forthcoming, he's trying to hide something. According to an RTHK program, he said he would give a full account. He would admit his mistakes. Since he's so candid and honest, why can't he be subject to the investigation? He should demonstrate to us what is meant truly by being honest and forthcoming. Maybe the Select Committee will be the only opportunity that he can make use of to demonstrate that this is the case. If he wants us to believe that he has no problem of integrity, we are talking about integrity, because no one can deny that he has got problems of UBWs. We would rather believe that he has a mental problem than believing that he has no problem of integrity. He may have an obsession to have UBWs built, so he cannot control himself. And he's a habitual liar. He's selectively and he's suffering from loss of memory selectively. Well, so on the Select Committee, we have to have doctors so that we can assess his mental state. Now, Mr. C.Y. Leung finds his work very difficult. He blamed his predecessor for his political difficulties, just like what he did in blaming the previous owner for the UBWs. During the CE election campaign, well, the Buildings Department was very efficient in investigating Mr. Henry Tang's UBWs. They went to the basement to take samples on a number of occasions. But according to reports, after Mr. C.Y. Leung assumed the post of CE, it took 5 months for the Buildings Department to investigate into the UBWs of Mr. C.Y. Leung's peak home. So people harbor doubts that the Buildings Department is trying to shield Mr. C.Y. Leung. You cannot blame people for thinking like that. Mr. Paul Chan spent 23 minutes and 11 seconds in repeating points made again and again that we have wronged the buildings department. We have framed the buildings department. And by doing this, we are going to deal a blow to the morale of civil servants, in particular, morale of professionals. He said the buildings department work in accordance with the law, in accordance with the procedures. Well, having heard him, I think I agree that buildings department staff are aggrieved. Maybe they cannot speak up to have their names cleared. So that's even more reason why we need to set up this select committee. Because what is plain before us is that many people do not trust Chi-wai Leung, or they don't even trust the buildings department, the development bureau, the secretary, Mr. Paul Chan. Maybe the lies are just like a virus which can be infectious. So maybe the buildings department has been infected. How can we heal the ailment, and how can we make a buildings department innocence manifested? I don't know how. Mr. Chen can speak for another hour. The royalists who always believe him will believe him. For those who do not believe him, then they won't believe you, even after you have repeated the same speeches many times. So this is a stalemate. What can we do? In the year 2000 and 2001, the buildings department found some walls, remains of walls, 4 slabs, staircases. They did not know whether they were UBWs. When they investigated the peak home of Mr. Leung, we are concerned that they would omit anything, a lot of things. They would omit a lot of things. They couldn't tell apart what is UBWs or the additions to the building. The CPG. I think Mr. Henry Tang is the victim of this biggest scandal since the setting up of the SAR government. If we do not do a follow-up job in our investigation, we'll be also letting down our country. Integrity of a government is not something you can get a pardon by just say, I'm sorry. Well, it's difficult to gain. I mean, integrity and credibility. And you have to bear in mind that Mr. 689 have told repeated lies, and he has been trying to cover one lie with another. Are we adopting a double standard here? Well, even if this is double standard, it's reasonable that we have higher requirements of those in power. We have to ask them to be whiter than white. As Mr. Buffet says, to gain good reputation, you need 20 years. To destroy it, it takes only 5 minutes. Hong Kong people is not concerned about the 5 minutes, but it's because Mr. 689 wants to be the CE for 5 years or even for 10 years. He is still telling lies. He's still resorting to sophistry. People think that the buildings department is acting like a shield for him. Therefore, setting up a select committee to investigate the case will be the most effective means to find out the truth. Therefore, People Power supports Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion. In that, we should invoke our electrical powers and privileges ordinance and set up a select committee to investigate the UBWs of Mr. Chi-wai Leung's peak home.
Mr. Alan Leung, thank you. Thank you, President. A member said that it was like an employee who had obtained the job by deception, and so instead of firing him, we should give him a chance to show his performance. Now, I don't think that should be the case. Now, what if someone presents a university certificate which is fake, and so you've employed him, and if you want to keep him, then do you really trust him? Do you feel worried about what he does? And in fact, we always say that you must trust those working for you. So if you do not trust them, you should not allow them to work for you. And so I'm worried that if an employer acts this way, keeping that employee, then that may be rather problematic. And there are some who are of the view that the public are divided on whether they support C.Y. Leung. It's a 50-50 situation. Some say that definitely C.Y. Leung has told lies, and some say although he has although he has told lies, we should let him work as the CE, and we hope that his good work can make up for his past mistakes. And there are some who are of the view that they will not stand this situation, and they do not want C.Y. Leung to be the CE. So concerning the former group, in other words, yes, we know he is a liar, but then let's give him a chance to work for the people of Hong Kong, and maybe he will do some good things, and these good things can offset his mistake. So I think such a mentality is held by those who like to resign to fate. Now, for example, last week, some members said that it would be very difficult to find someone to replace C.Y. Leung. I don't agree. Now, a couple of days ago, President, there was a prize presentation ceremony on TVB, and then there was the drama which won the prize of the most popular drama. And every time the one episode ended, a song would be sung, and that song is called "The Young May Be Ignorant." And I would like to share with you some of the lyrics, so that if we can choose, then when we are at the crossroads, we will be able to progress. And also, we must not just accept obsolete values. So we know that he is a liar. But then, should we say, oh, it's really too troublesome to find another one to replace him? I want to say that among the people we know, I think 1 out of 2 holds such an attitude. But I want to say that we do have choices. God helps those who help themselves. We should do what should be done. We can't tell our next generation that, yes, C.Y. Leung got his post by deception, but then we still allowed him to remain in the post. Our grandchildren may ask us, why is it that he obtained the post by deception and you still allowed him to stay on? And although you did not trust him, he was allowed to stay on. So is it that, in other words, I do not need to tell the truth? So when we are at the crossroads, we should understand and bear in mind that you have the choice. When we are faced with fate, we have a choice. And we should charge ahead. So we should do what should be done. And then the lyrics also say that if we are honest and frank in life, then we should not just resign to fate. So is it that previously when we've all felt that integrity was important, but is it that now we can trample on these values that we used to treasure so much? Is it that these values are no longer important today? Some people say, or it is said that this drama series has won the award after direct elections on the internet. So for the 50% of Hong Kong people who feel that their fate is not in their hands, who feel that they have no choice, who feel that they can allow their values to be trampled upon, I hope that they can come out on the 1st of January. I hope that they can join the demonstration. In fact, this council has given C.Y. Leung many chances. Still, he hasn't given Hong Kong people a sincere apology and the whole truth. Some members have said that he did apologize. Yes, he did. And he apologized standing about 10 feet away from you, President. But what did he apologize for? He apologized for his oversight. He apologized for his negligence. He did not apologize for having deliberately concealed the fact that there was the 332 square foot extended area, which was unlawful. He did not apologize for having told a lie. He merely apologized for his oversight, for his negligence. So, C.Y. Leung has never apologized for having lied. We can see that we can see arrogance associated with power. We keep seeing arrogance arising out of power. And look at his demeanor. I have told lies, but there are half of the people in Hong Kong embracing me. So should we still tolerate such a CE? Why is it that we can allow him to continue to be so arrogant? From C.Y. Leung's perspective, the public are wrong because they've heard things wrongly. The media have made wrong reports. Electoral members have wronged him, but he has never done anything wrong. No, C.Y. Leung is now obsessed with telling lies. This telling lies has become his habit. So Hong Kong people should not resign to fate. When faced with fate, we have a choice. And for values which we have treasured so much, don't let these values be trampled upon in the C.Y. Leung era. The Civic Party supports the idea of setting up a select committee. In fact, I think there are lots of questions that we have and we still haven't got the answers. And of course, we'd like to investigate the role of the Buildings Department and also the office of the CE Elects office. I just want to make 1 or 2 points. I don't have time to go through all the points. And in fact, in moving his motion, Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan listed 12 areas which required investigation, and I accept what he said. In November last year, Chi-wai LEUNG knew that that there was an unlawful extended area in his house, so he used a wall to seal up the hole, and his logic was, as the hole was no longer there, the UBW was not there. And according to the secretary, for that brick wall, there was no need to seek prior approval from the BD in erecting it. It was ridiculous. In fact, on the other side of the wall, that was not the 332 square foot area. In fact, now has found the plan. In fact, the wall is not just a simple wall. It's an RC wall, reinforced concrete wall. So that's concrete which has been reinforced. According to the plan, what was outside the wall was excavated land. But now, on the other side of the wall was the hole. So how come it was okay since the brick wall covered or sealed the hole, and there was no need to seek prior approval for erecting the wall? And also, why did he want to seal the hole? That was because he knew it was a UBW. So he just sealed it, and he, as he didn't see it, he felt that there was no UBW, and then he pointed an accusing finger at his opponent, Hon Lee. He said that was not as simple as UBW. That was a matter of integrity. So I think the same remarks, the same logic also applied to him. And in fact, he sealed the hole. He deliberately concealed the fact that there was UBW at home, and then he pointed an accusing finger at Henry Tang. BD said that on the 26th of June, the department did an examination or an inspection. So some BD staff members went to inspect Chi-wai LEUNG's house, and in fact on the 25th of June in the evening there was an inspection and there was a press release, and in fact the CE Elects office said 2 times that there was no unauthorized servants room. And then after the 26th of June, after the BD's inspection, the BD did not immediately make an announcement. The inspectors reported to his superior. His superior said that there was no need to follow up. So I think if we can set up the select committee, we can summon these people to tell us what they did, what decisions they made. So, President, I want to tell Hong Kong people that they must not resign to fate. Our fate is in our own hands. And please do not let the Chi-wai LEUNG era ruin or trample upon important values like integrity.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Frederick Fung. Mr. President, I support the resolution. The subject of the resolution is related to the CE LEUNG Chun-ying in 2 respects. First of all, whether or not there are UBWs. Whether CY Leung knew that there were UBWs and whether there's any problem in the handling of the UBWs by the administration. The other aspect is how UBWs of his had been handled and how he explained to the LegCo and members of the public. Mr. President, concerning UBWs, I'll first say something about the department, which is the smallest issue here. I'm an ordinary citizen, I'm not an expert, but I know a lot of Kaifongs. When facing UBWs, the department did not do the same, did not treat ordinary citizens in the way they treated CY Leung's UBWs. If the department is of the view that there's a UBW in the private sector, there'll be 3 steps. First, there'll be an advisory to inform the landlord that there are UBWs here and there, and the UBW should be handled. If the Kaifong does not handle the UBWs, then a warning letter will come, pointing out where the UBWs are and setting a deadline for demolition. Otherwise, the department will demolish the UBWs on behalf of the landlord. Step 3, if the Kaifong still does not remove the UBWs, then an order may be issued to order for the demolition by the landlord. The other choice is that the department will send somebody to demolish the UBW and then recover the cost from the landlord. Now, there are no alternatives for these 3 steps, which will definitely be enforced. But this time, number 1, as Lee Cheuk-yan mentioned, there were 4 letters from the department. Knocking at the door, it's a void, and then 4 letters were issued. The secretary told us that there's no evidence of UBWs, so they must carry out an investigation. But for an ordinary Kaifong, the department does not have to enter the premises. They conduct visual checks and say that they must enter the premises to have a check. And even without an indoor check, they can order for a demolition. But then there were 4 letters in CY Leung's case, and still they're sending letters after letters. Why did the department not just enter the premises to inspect the premises? The problem is, why were there 2 different treatments? Is it that there's a set of procedures for officials and another set of procedures for ordinary citizens? I don't know. But this is relatively minor. This is not the objective of Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's proposed resolution. The second issue is whether or not CY Leung had got UBWs. Last week, at his question and answer time on the 10th of December, he said that if he had UBWs, they would be demolished immediately. He would immediately handle the UBWs. For those UBWs that had not been handled is his negligence. So whether or not there are UBWs, his biggest mistake is negligence. Is that really true? Number 1, did he immediately demolish his UBWs? There were a few examples reported in the newspapers. Of course, I won't care whether or not it's before he took up his office as CE or after. Well, his Tong Tau Wan Road residence in Stanley is very clear. Back in the year 2000, newspapers asked him whether there are UBWs. He said that the UBWs belong to the previous landlord. It's not his business. And then in the year 2001, when he was asked again, he said that he did not know that there were UBWs. So this is strange. He's so smart. CY Leung is so smart. Just in less than 12 months' time, he produced 2 different versions. And then the newspapers dug up satellite photos. In fact, the UBW, in fact, is a corridor, a covered corridor in 1998. Did he know that there are UBWs? Of course, yes. He did not demolish his UBW immediately. Second issue, the secret chamber. The area similar to that of Mr. Henry Tang, the size doesn't really matter. It's still a mistake if it is a mistake. If it's not a UBW, he did not have to seal it off or close it, hide it. He sealed it off because he knew that it's UBW. But by sealing it and closing it off, does it mean that that's no longer UBW? As an ordinary citizen, my answer is in the negative. I don't know whether that's the same as the Secretary's answer. If I unlawfully built a room, if I seal off the room, is it still a UBW? I think so. It's just that I still have a UBW, but I don't let you know. A Hong Kong citizen may hide a gun and tell you he doesn't possess a gun. Well, that's really unimaginable. So that's a UBW. So he did not immediately demolish his UBW. He only closed off or sealed off his UBW. He did not handle it. Therefore, the answer is whether or not Chi-wai Leung had UBWs. If yes, did he demolish them immediately in accordance with government's rules and regulations? It's not in accordance with rules and regulations to just seal it off. It's still unlawful. So it's not like what he said. He did not demolish his UBWs immediately. Is it a major offense not to demolish UBWs? Need he step down? Well, I think we need not punish him so heavily, because in law, you don't have to be imprisoned if you have UBWs. But of course, it depends on the gravity of the problem. If you submit false drawings, then of course you have to be imprisoned. But for normal UBWs, a Kai-Fong need not be imprisoned. And sometimes the government can demolish the UBWs on behalf of the public. So I don't think he needs to step down. So on this incident, I pointed out to the media that the core problem is not the UBWs, but how the UBWs were handled. Right from day one, I already said that this might be a duplication of President Nixon's Watergate incident. That means he resorted to other ways and means to cover up his mistake. So integrity itself is more important than the UBWs themselves. Of course, up to this moment, Chi-wai Leung has not admitted that he did not demolish his UBWs. I don't know how he'll explain the few examples that I just cited. All right, you know that you have UBWs. How should you handle them? Well, there were many examples to indicate that he should have known the UBWs. For example, he bought the residence in 1999, an agreement was signed, and in that agreement, he promised to shoulder all the responsibilities related to the UBWs. The secret chamber is another one. For example, on the 16th of July, he said that he sealed off the UBW, then it's no longer UBW. I really don't know how a professional will do, or professional bodies will say. Otherwise, the whole world only need to seal off the UBWs and they'll be treated as non-existent. The government need not do anything. So in fact, Chi-wai Leung understands that. Well, if he understands the issue and still acted as if he did not know the problem, is an integrity problem. Why did he not admit his knowledge of the UBWs? There are only two possibilities. Number one, even the CE breaches the law. That cannot happen. So he had to tell a lie. So he resorted to different expressions to bypass the issue. Number two, two incidents indicate that is even more worrying. What were those two incidents? During the election, he used UBWs publicly to attack Henry Tang. He also said that it's not a problem of UBWs, but an integrity problem. And I believe, as a result, Mr. Henry Tang's popularity rate went down because of that. Of course, we understand that Henry Tang got other scandals, and he admitted them. But UBWs led to integrity queries, and then he lost. And then on the 18th of June, he telephoned to Ming-pao Daily. I thought I would take it that he actually knew it. Because one day before the publication, he telephoned the chief editor of Ming-pao Daily. Of course, we have to investigate into this. We have to ask the reporters of Ming-pao Daily what happened on that day. Now, the chief editor of Ming-pao Daily made a very important statement. That is C.Y. Leung who telephoned him. So what were the possibilities? So one possibility is that he asked the chief editor not to publish the news. He would like a cover-up. Secondly, he might be worried, because it's a sensitive telephone call, so we need more people to come forward to tell the truth. Anyway, the incident heavily impacted on the result of the election as well as the values reflected. That is integrity. President, I think the UBW incident is the crux of the matter. Of course, I really don't know how to put it. We asked why he handled the incident like that. He said that's his first time, as if he was inexperienced. But on the following day, newspaper said that 10 years ago, he already got one similar incident. Well, these expressions are mine, but the contents are the same. He said, oh, you heard me unclearly. I mentioned the word self, myself. That means 10 years ago I did not handle that personally or by myself. Now, there's the saying that white horse may not be a horse. A white horse may be different from a horse. I handled is different from I personally handled. Now, in a debate, you can rebut the other party till he's speechless. In debate, you might sound logical or rational, but in reality, fact is fact. Whether it's a doctor or a biologist, who will say that a white horse is not a horse? Is there any horse who does not have a color? Black horse is not horse, red horse is not horse, gray horse is not horse. You can go on endlessly like that. Then, in the whole world, there's nothing called a horse. Mr. President, I think it's really a pity. In the election campaign of C.Y. Leung, his manifesto, well, I joined the preliminary CE election among the pan-democrats. Part of my manifesto was the same as his. If you compare the manifesto of Henry Tang and C.Y. Leung, I chose C.Y. Leung's. But if his integrity and honesty are in question, then we cannot choose him. Number one, how do I know whether or not he is telling the truth? How do I know whether by adding or taking away the word personal or self, it would be different in content? Well, don't talk about pan-democrats or your rivals. For the whole of Hong Kong, people who have criticisms about the government will consider that problems do exist in the government. So if you do not attach importance to integrity, you should not be in politics. You should step down. I support the proposed resolution.
Mr. Pei-chun, when we're in secondary school, I'm sure many of us have read the biography of Mr. Wishy wishy-washy. And when he was sick, somebody found a vet to treat him, thinking it didn't matter whether it was a doctor for human being or animals. So he died subsequently. In Hong Kong, we have so-called 3 Nos CE. He is even worse than this fictional character. So I don't know why he has served in EXCO for more than a decade. He was once the convener of EXCO members. He has served in so many public offices. He was involved in the drafting of the Basic Law. Even 30 years ago, he already occupied important positions in public office. When it comes to matters of his personal integrity, he would say, I don't know, I don't quite get it, I'm not sure. So how can he lead a civil service with more than 100,000 members? How can he be fair and reasonable and open in the allocation of hundreds of billions of dollars in our annual budget? How can he resolve deep-rooted problems in Hong Kong if he cannot really solve or address simple issues in relation to himself? He keeps saying, I don't know, I'm not sure, I can't remember. There must be something wrong with his intelligence and ability, and he should not be in this position. If there is nothing wrong with his ability and intelligence, there must be something wrong with his integrity. For matters he is not willing to face up to answer, he will use answers such as I don't know, I can't remember, I'm not sure, as a defense to dodge the real issues. There may be something wrong with his moral, with his integrity, his competence and intelligence. No matter what, he should not continue to be the executive head of Hong Kong. I fail to understand why the loyalists can be so shameless as to continue to support this 689 CE. I recently saw a joke on the internet. In fact, it's not a joke, it's a tragedy. A netizen who was a senior office bearer of PTU, and I saw 2 secondary students quarreling and chanting bad remarks, calling one another names, and one said to the other, "You're even worse than 689," and the others became silent because they could not think of worse adjective or somebody worse than 689. So even among secondary students, they are using that to sneer at one another, to make fun of one another. There is nobody worse than 689. It is now commonly adopted adjective by young people. You are even worse than 689. Even that a shame of Hong Kong, with such a person serving as the chief executive. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. Starting from day one when he was elected, the People's Power did not acknowledge or recognize him as this chief executive representing Hong Kong. Even in last March, we went to the Chinese liaison office to tell them that we will not accept this this political cheat to be the CEO of Hong Kong, because starting from day one, he's shameless and he has no political moral, he has no integrity. Right from the day when he was appointed, I already said that he was a liar. BBC had this record, and it was reported in international news. I described him as an habitual liar. He is so used to lying. He's a pathological liar. I have known him for more than 2 decades, judging from his various political demeanor and words and deeds. Whenever he spoke, when he came to lobby us to support Cheung-kong's 85,000 flat policy, And even in front of the media, he was repeatedly telling lies. Many of his policies and his behavior and his problems, sometimes he might be saying things reflecting our wish. During his CE campaign, he wrote many articles to show that he was sympathetic to the plight of the public. I really said to myself that he was doing it for political expediency. He was saying such things for his personal gain and benefit. He would never make remarks based on facts and the truth. So this shameless Mr. 689, if he is to continue in this office, he would only bring shame to Hong Kong. He would only add to the resistance of Hong Kong people towards the communist rule. A Catholic father today appealed to the public to take to the streets on the 1st of January to oust Leung. Really, would religious leader or Catholic father comment openly on the CE? They would only comment on unfairness and injustice in society. So even a Catholic father has openly appealed to the public to vote with their feet and ask 689 to depart. So let's not talk about credibility. There is not even a cent of credibility left. Not to mention respect. There is no respect for the 689 CE. He has lost the trust of the community. So we ask for the establishment of a select committee. This is a natural and a necessary decision. This is not about, now I like to say this to the loyalists, this decision is not just about whether we should ask Leung to go. Rather, it is a basic move to do justice to the SAL and to do justice to Mr. Henry Tang. 689 is now in office because it criticized Henry Tang. The Chinese liaison office and also the loyalists and even some from the Democratic camp agreed with Leung that the question of UBW was a problem of integrity. So there was a U-turn, about turn in the political weather. And as a result, the central authorities decided to withdraw its support for Henry Tang as president. Even then, you were even considered as one of the possible candidates. And because of the bias of the Chinese liaison office and its decision to support a liar with no integrity, 689 became the CE. And as for the buildings department, it worked very closely to support Leung. It moved so expeditiously. It was really very open and honest in disclosing all the relevant information to the public in order to dovetail the election timetable. Now, the buildings department has also cooperated with the authorities. Is giving out information like squeezing a tube of toothpaste. Perhaps 689 did not cooperate. It did not reply to the BD's 4 letters. It was not until it was reported or exposed by the media that the BD succumbed to pressure and disclosed everything about the 4 letters. So you say that the BD has acted according to the legislation. Well, you take action at once is in compliance with legislation. If you wait for a few months, allowing it to waiting for it to reply is also in compliance with the law. So this is sophistry. This is a secretary with no integrity defending this 689 who is a habitual liar. This is shameless. You ask somebody with no integrity to defend and to explain for this 689. The Secretary for Development should step down earlier than 689 because of drink driving, lies, a pack of lies. The Secretary was a pack of lies when he was interviewed by the media. If not for the pictures taken by the reporters, we would not have known. So everyone in the administration is a liar who can lie. The one who lies best can be the top of the government. So this is a lying government. It's corrupt, and it is not on equal footing with the mainland. So soon, after 15 years, we are now on equal footing with the mainland government. In the central government, whoever is more corrupt and can lie better can go further up the government. As for the civil servants, now I'm helping some ex-policemen who were forced to retire early because some minor problems. Some of them purchased properties before 1997. Well, when the property market was at its peak, they had mortgages with banks, and because they had this these loans, they were described as being incompetent in financial management. And for some policemen, when they were investigated, they were not very clear in explaining and using CY using a criteria we judge CY here. All these policemen should be reinstated to their original positions. Those who were sacked or forced into early retirement before 1997 should be reinstated. So some of them even lost their pension after disciplinary hearings. In some cases, it was just as simple as there was a LCSD officer who borrowed a small amount of money from a tennis coach, and he was forced into early retirement because he had a momentary slip of mind. He borrowed money from a tennis coach when he was not supposed to do so. Well, this is exactly what the C has done. Why have civil servants been forced into early retirement? They are just in the early 50s. Some are now on CSSA. What about these civil servants, ex-civil servants? So this is not just about CY Leung and the loyalty shown by the pro-government camp for CY Leung, and not about the acceptance of the Chinese liaison office. You bow your head when your master makes a command. You have to look at the plight suffered by civil servants and also the sufferings of these ex-civil servants. I demand a head count, President. Mr. Pei-chun, President, the extent of corruption and rottenness of the government is such that the people have lost confidence. Over half of the respondents in many opinion polls feel that Sau-lan should step down. So there is already a crisis, and integrity is of utmost importance. When Sau-lan was the convener of the EXCO, Donald Tsang asked his EXCO members and high officials to deal with possible UBWs for a number of times, and yet he had not taken any action. When it comes to integrity, people would like to quote what happened to President Washington, the U.S. President Washington, and his story of his father. There were a few things in the story that has caused concerns, and has also helped to sustain the U.S. being a very strong nation for so many years. It's all because of the expectation for integrity. Honesty is more valuable than 1,000 cherry trees. An honest child is more important, more valuable than a garden full of blossom trees. So 689 should step down.
Dr. Lim Tai-fei, Mr. President, before I actually speak, I would like to make it clear from the outset that I am against the idea for the LegCo to appoint a select committee to inquire into the UBWs of the CE. I'm against it. So, President, probably you would like to ask me as to whether I have already unearthed the truth. I know about the facts, I know about the reasons, and so there's no need to set up a select committee to inquire into the matter. The answer is no. I just know the same facts as I did a week ago. I still don't believe that he doesn't have UBWs. I'm still unhappy about his evasive answers. And I know that many people are not satisfied with his explanation. Then probably you will ask me as to why I'm against the appointment of a select committee. Mr. President, last week I supported the motion to have a vote of no confidence in the CE. At the time I said that even though the motion could not be passed, I hope that the discussion itself, the debate itself, would sound a warning to the CE and urge him to rethink his approach and his attitude. As James Tan has already said, like in a football match, we would give a player a yellow card. It means that he is not being sent out immediately. But then in the case of a red card, it means that he's being expelled. He can't stay. On this matter, I think if we give him a warning, it is already adequate to show him the yellow card. It shows that we are speaking up in our role to monitor the administration. I do not agree that we should send him out by showing him the red card. So it is too heavy a penalty by showing him the red card. In future, on the matter of UBWs, should the CE commit further mistakes, or if he has problems of integrity on other issues, if that does happen, I will consider issuing him with a penalty card immediately. I don't care whether you are Messi or Beckham. I would just show you the red card immediately. Secondly, I have to explain why I don't like the idea of appointing a select committee. It is my philosophy that we should not go to the extremes. We should always leave behind some leeway for being flexible. And I think in this case, we are giving the CE an opportunity, and I hope that the matter can soon come to an end. Courage is needed if you want to tell the truth. And then it is also an act of courage if you know that it is necessary to be forgiving. On this matter, I have thought twice, and I've analyzed the matter, and eventually I've decided to forgive him in relation to his mistakes in this regard. So I want to give him one more chance, and I hope that he will treasure the time given to him, make sure that he deliver a good policy address, administer Hong Kong well, and compensate his mistakes with good deeds. And I hope that this will soon be left behind, and he will lead the people of Hong Kong to scale new heights so that we can come out of the deadlock, so that we can really have real achievements. Mr. President, we all want to take the overall interest into account. Last week, I supported the motion to have a vote of no confidence in the CE. That's because the motion is not legally binding. Whether the motion is endorsed or not will not result in the CE's stepping down or having a revolution-like change. But then the setting up of a select committee will involve a lot of time, efforts, and resources. It would only make the society more divided. It will add to the workload of the civil servants, and it is going to divert our attention. While on the other hand, there are many issues that we need to face, like the euro debt crisis, the fiscal cliff in the U.S., the plight of the SMEs. We all need the leadership of the CE as well as the principal officials of the accountability system, so that they will come up with policies to deliver on his blueprint for Hong Kong. In the past, we were given a lot of slogans like the development of Chinese medicine, the cyberport, the 6 industries in which we have an advantage. But then they were empty words. I hope that the CE in his policy address can outline the blueprint of economic development for Hong Kong, so that we have a bright prospect, we have something to look forward to, and we become proud of ourselves as Hong Kongers, and we call Hong Kong our home. So we should join hands to have development of Hong Kong, so that we have stability and prosperity, and we call Hong Kong our home. So given the uncertainties, I think it is time for this matter to come to an end. The internal strife should stop, and the bleeding should be stopped. I think we should all look forward. Now, in light of the nature of this motion, this is different from that last week, and we have to take the overall interest into account. So on this occasion, I want to make it clear that I'm against the motion to appoint a select committee for the LegCo to inquire into the UBWs of the CE. If there should be any investigations, it should be the job of a government department, and civil servants should do what they have to do. Thank you.
Mr. Kwok-che. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. At the no confidence motion debate, I said that we have to look at 3 levels. The first one is UBWs, and then integrity, and then whether someone is usurping power. If he asks the wrong question, we may get the wrong answer. Now, regarding integrity, regarding usurping power, I think we have the judgment in place. Last week, the motion was voted down 34 to 27. But if you ask me an informal voting preference, 5 Liberal Party members abstained, then it should be 34 versus 34. We have a DAB, the FTU, and independents. Mr. Martin now said what he said. I think the answer is very clear. In terms of integrity, the overwhelming majority of the members are of the view that there are integrity problems with Mr. C.Y. Leung. We shouldn't just look at the number of votes. We have to look at the views expressed here in this council and outside. that there is a question mark hanging over Mr. C.Y. Leung. Even for Democratic Party, according to their poll, 60% of the people polled said that there are integrity problems. It's just that in the no confidence motion, 40% were in favor. Mr. Alan Leung seemed to be saying that it is 50-50. In terms of liability, I mean, the other thing is the sentencing, the judgment on a question of liability, on a question of integrity. I think the answer is plain for everybody. It's just that when it comes to sentencing, we have divided views. Mr. Lam Tai-fai said that we have to have the common good in mind. Some said that we should give him a red card, a yellow card. We have to give him a suspended sentence, a commuter sentence. Now, what we have to look at is that since we have a very clear judgment in relation to power usurpation and also integrity, do we still have to backtrack and go back to the nitty-gritty about UPWs? And also the integrity, what lies were told and how big the lies were. It seems to me that since we have the answer, we're still backtracking and go back to square one. That's why I am against the invocation of LCPPO. Needless to say, the powers and privileges need to be used for serious matters or a serious dereliction of duty. There is no prima facie evidence to show that certain departments have come under any pressure, or any departments have connived or shielded anybody. Mr. Deputy, we don't need to carry out any more investigation. You may put questions to Mr. Leung 100 times or 1,000 times. You may ask him, are you Leung? Or whether his name is Leung. He may give you the same reply. He may be replying like a broken record. Maybe we need to have a polygraph to test whether he lied or not. It's not worth devoting all this money and resources to delve into something that we have already an answer for. Now, some said that you should not be acting like a Mr. Whatever. Now, this is not a legal judgment. When it comes to legal judgment, you have to be very clear when it comes to onus of proof. But this is a political judgment. It's all about perception. Under the law, if we have to ascertain whether there has been any usurpation of power, whether the problems lie with whoever. Mr. Albert Ho has already done that. We don't really have to carry out lodge another petition. Now, some said that with the PNP we can learn a lesson from that. I don't think there is any lesson to learn from it. We're basically dealing with allegations of UBWs before the election, or the problems that occurred during the election. I don't think there is sufficient ground for us to support the invocation of the PNP. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Raymond Chan said that we have to be fair. The media have done so much work, and they have presented all the evidence in graphic terms, and the members of the public should have their own perception. I think he's got a point. Today, because of the sophisticated, the dynamic media, there are certain issues, particularly political issues, that the media have discharged their responsibilities. They have presented all the facts and all the UPWs and all the evidence in graphic terms. to the members of the public. I think if you carry out with any further investigation, the members of the public will lose their interest to look at all the trailers when it was built, the glass enclosures when it was built, the basement when it was excavated, and so on. I'm sure that the majority of councillors would agree that we have to put a stop to this. As I said, we have formed our own judgment during the no confidence motion. Regarding Mr. Leung's integrity, I think we have already stated our stance. How do we deal with the way forward? Should it be a red card or a yellow card? We have already stated our stance. As one of the members said, I think it was Mr. Raymond Chan, and indeed Mr. Alan Leung, it's up to you whether you trust him or not. I think the no confidence motion last week was a very good opportunity for us to express our stance. We need different tools for different things. Like if we want to hammer a nail, we need a hammer. For a screw, we need a screwdriver. Now, if you use a hammer for a screw, or if you use a screwdriver for a nail, then we are using the wrong tools for different things. I think the no confidence motion should be the final step to deal with this issue. This kind of integrity issue, there is no need, nor should we go to considerable resources and manpower to delve into the nitty-gritty. Now, some suggested that there should be an impeachment on the chief executive. I do keep an open mind about it, but I don't think it is easy to use this tool to deal with this issue, because we're using the wrong tool for the wrong thing. Now, this has nothing to do with any criminal acts on the part of Mr. Leung. This is something personal on the part of Mr. Leung. I think that as Mr. Albert Ho has already filed a petition against Mr. C.Y. Leung. Mr. Deputy, I still have a bit of time. Let me address another point about the Select Committee on the WKCD. That was a point made by Mr. Martin Liao. We spent only 2 months to come to a conclusion. Now, we didn't even investigate it into the issues relating to Norman Foster. It would not be fair to just investigate Mr. C.Y. Leung. Now, maybe we were nearing the term, and Norman Foster didn't come within the terms of reference of the Select Committee. And I don't think we can come to draw any conclusion about it. Mr. Deputy, all in all, on this particular issue, if we know the nature of the issue and come to the right conclusion, if we have come to a moral judgment, then there is no need or appropriate for us to backtrack and deal with the issue under PNP. Now, when it comes to taxpayers' money, we have to make sure that there is a value for money. When invoking the PNP, we have to apply the same principle. We have to decide whether it is worth it. I mean, there is a phrase in English of flogging the dead horse, but the horse is already dead. I mean, in Cantonese, we have another phrase, we should not pour hot water on a dead pig because it's not going to be responding to it. And I think as a member of this council, we have to reflect the views of the public out there. I voted in favor of the no confidence motion, and I have formed my judgment regarding the integrity. In terms of sentencing, I've already suggested that we should be more pragmatic. Perhaps Mr. Leung, having regard to the common good, plan for an orderly withdrawal within 1 or 2 years. Now, this is one way to go. Or perhaps after the first term, he will not seek another term. Now, this may be called a commuted death sentence or a suspended sentence, and this is one way to go. Mr. C.Y. Leung, as a seasoned politician, and he has advice from so many people around him, I think he should decide how to deal with this particular issue himself. In other democratic jurisdictions, if there is a no confidence motion voted through, then there may not be legally binding effect, but the one who attracted a no confidence motion should know where to go. In Hong Kong, we don't have a specific mechanism regarding no confidence vote, but if Mr. Leung is perceptive enough, and having regard to the common good in Hong Kong, and also given the fact that there was an informal no confidence vote, he should be aware of how he should proceed if he carries on resulting to this sophistry, or if he's obstinate, then this would be a very good lesson, because this commuted death sentence can be converted back into death sentence.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Abraham Shack. Mr. Deputy, I want to respond to the speech of Mr. Paul Chan. He spoke for more than 20 minutes to explain what the Buildings Department did in the past few months and what they did in carrying out investigation into Mr. C.Y. Leung's residences and also Mr. Henry Tang's residence. I think it's a good thing that they should be impartial and should not have anything favoring one over another. Hong Kong is successful because we have a very good civil service. It's a good thing that we act fairly, and it has been criticized that even members here have UBWs in their homes, and not just bureau secretaries have UBWs. But the press also reported that Professor Anthony Cheung, Dr. Ko Wing-man, and others also have UBWs. But they did a good job, a quick job in rectifying the UBWs. And the former CE also acted quickly to remove UBWs. So the current CE also break up the chamber so that it looked like that there was no more UBW. So many senior officials took immediate remedial action on UBWs, And the UBWs would always give you the chance to do this. But have you been fair to Mr. Henry Tang? Since February, when this came to light, he has not been given a chance to take remedial action for his UBW. So I hope you will be fair to all, because Mr. Henry Tang would like to visit the North Pole after he has done so to the South Pole. It's okay that he committed a mistake. Well, you should allow him to rectify his mistake, just like what you have been doing for others, the directors of bureau and the CEs. Some members criticize our select committees. I've been in this council for 12 to 13 years. I have been on several select committees when we invoked our powers and privileges. And sitting on these select committees were not just pan-democrats. It's a bipartisan select committee, and we did things openly. Some said that we would not be able to say anything if we were to join such a select committee. And some new members criticized the select committees of acting in an unfair manner. How could that be? You have many cameras pointing at you to cover the proceedings. So we would always be clear in expressing our views. We would not lightly allow the motion to invoke powers and privilege. This is just like a nuclear weapon. Some query why we spend only 2.5 months to set up to work on the WKCD case. Well, we were trying to find out whether before Mr. C.Y. Leung became the CE, he did anything to try to influence the outcome of the competition related to WKCD. And he agreed that the select committee did allow him a chance to say what he knew. Some members claim that they will not be able to speak out if they join such a select committee. How can that be? Well, I wrote a minority report in the Lehman Brothers case that was unprecedented, and it was also accepted. So we take this very seriously. That's the first point I want to make. Second, today I'm not going to support Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion and invoke our powers and privileges to investigate Mr. C.Y. Leung. What for? I have to ask this. A select committee is set up for some purposes. The 14-page statement is clear about this. He has already told us what he did on certain days. I don't think we have to spend time to look into how he did that or this or that. Well, all people make mistakes. If we look at Article 47 of the Basic Law,
administrative region must be a person of integrity, dedicated to his or her duties. The chief executive, on assuming office, go back to integrity, shall declare his or her assets to the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal of Hong Kong, Special Administrative Region. The declaration shall be put on record. 當喺47條嗰陣時咧，佢
So on the 1st of July, when he took his oath of office, our state leaders came here, and he affirmed that there would be no problem. So if we say now there's a problem with his integrity, and yet under Article 47, his good standing was already accepted by state leaders. Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan is correct that we have a one country, two systems. We can speak our mind. And we can have a debate. And he's saying we want to investigate Mr. C.Y. Leung. Well, we have done that today. So many members have spoken. Everyone can spend 50 minutes to express his views. If you think he's guilty, well, you can hold that view. If you think that the apology is good enough, it's then good enough for you. He has already admitted that there were UBWs. Some people claim that he tricked his way into getting the post of CE. Well, he didn't trick me because I didn't vote for him. I voted for Mr. Henry Tang. Whether they are UBWs or not meant not much. Didn't mean much to me. Of course, it's different for different people. If you convert just one socket, it's an UBW because the law was drafted by foreigners. It's called unauthorized building structure, UBS. If you change a socket, it can be a UBS. But of course, there are major and minor UBWs. In the 14-page statement, all the details are set out. He admitted that there was oversight on his part. And as Mr. Albert Ho said, when he purchased the property, there was a waiver and requisition clause. That's to say, he accepted that the UBWs at the point of purchase. As a professional, you should trust people. He trusted his friend, and that person lied. So integrity is about a concept. It's not really about facts. It has to do with the yardstick you refer to. Even though this motion is not passed, in the coming 4 years, Mr. C.Y. is going to suffer greater pain than us because he would have to face the same problem in the coming 4 years. So let's give him a chance to do his job. According to Article 47, he has to be dedicated to his duties. Article 47 says so. We should have the separation of powers, but the powers can also cooperate. I asked Mr. Lam Tai-fai to speak carefully, but he has made a very good speech. That's why I like to listen to his speech. He has a broad mind. In the PAC, we would criticize government departments for their wrongdoing, but at the same time, we also give them a chance to improve. Mr. Lam Tai-fai referred to some Buddhist teaching, which was very good. And I would like to refer to another scripture, the Diamond Sutra, which says, well, I can use Bible, I'm a Catholic, but this Diamond Sutras is good. Well, if you see something that should be done, you should do it. And if you have to get it done, you should let it go. We have seen so many UBWs. We can all speak our mind, and we have done this. What's the point of getting bogged down? Let's look forward. Let's move forward. We should all move forward for a better Hong Kong. We should continue to fight for better welfare for our workers. We should let more people who live in cage apartments to get public housing. And we should get more concessions and benefits for the disabled. These are what we have to do. If we continue to go back and try to dig up past mistakes, what's the point? Everyone makes mistakes sometime, and the country has accepted the CE under Article 47. We have made our oaths to uphold the basic law, so we should all move forward.
Does any other member wish to speak?
如果冇嘅咧，就係發展。
If not, Secretary for Development. Mr. Deputy. With regard to their policy or Development Bureau's policy for handling UBW cases involving senior government officials and celebrities which have aroused public concern, with regard to the established practice of the Buildings Department in handling such cases, with regard to members' allegations and doubts, I already gave an explanation at the beginning of the debate. I'll try not to repeat those arguments, but I will now try to respond to some of the points made, and I will try to clear some of the misunderstandings of members.
First of all, just now when Mr. Ronnie Tong spoke, coincidentally, I had left the chamber because I had been very busy, so I did not have time to have my lunch. So after 2 p.m., I hurried down to the canteen to have a noodle soup. And Mr. Ronnie Tong would like me to respond to a number of his concerns. Here is my response. First of all, he mentioned that in April 2011, the Development Bureau made some changes on the scope of the actionable UBWs. If I understand him correctly, what he meant was by modifying the scope, some new items for law enforcement had been added. As a result, actionable items would not attract letters from the Buildings Department anymore. Immediately, a demolition order would be issued and action would be taken. I have to point out here that Mr. Ronnie Tong might have some misunderstanding. On the 28th of November, when we answered Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's written question, there was this explanation. We said then that in order to boost building safety, since the 1st of April last year, the BD implemented the modified policy on law enforcement on UBWs by expanding the scope of the regime to cover all UBWs on the exterior of buildings. As for minor amenity features, they would be excluded. It said there that there are some examples like rooftops, podium, backyards, and back lanes where there are UBWs. We call them, in brief, UBWs on the upper part, middle part, and lower part of a building. It really depends on the degree of danger and whether or not the UBW is newly built. Under the new policy, the BD will, in fact, act on UBWs in most parts of the building and on the exterior of the building. The BD will issue advisory letters to the landlord concerned to urge him to rectify the irregularity by himself. If the landlord cannot, within the designated period of time, start rectification works, the BD will issue statutory orders to order the landlord concerned to start work to rectify the UBW, and the order would be registered with the land registry. For cases in which the landlord has not observed the statutory order, the BD will consider taking out prosecution. As for UBWs that are not actionable, the BD will, in accordance with the circumstances, issue advisory letters or warnings to urge the landlord to make arrangements for the demolition of the UBW. So, Mr. President, or Mr. Deputy, to put it in simple terms, when the BD receive reports or referrals, it will send staff to carry out on-site inspection. After the inspection, if it is confirmed that there's UBW, then the department will consider whether the UBW is an actionable one. If not, the department will issue advisories or warnings. If it is an actionable UBW, then they will not immediately issue a demolition order. They will first issue an advisory. After the issuance of the advisory, the relevant landlord, if the relevant landlord does not take appropriate action, even after repeated urge, the BD will issue a demolition order. Of course, when BD staff inspect the actionable UBW and discover that the UBW is dangerous and is part of a major operation, then sometimes the BD will directly issue a demolition order. Therefore, I believe Mr. Ronnie Tong had a misunderstanding there. Mr. Deputy, since there's this misunderstanding, Mr. Ronnie Tong queried the law enforcement action of the BD in terms of houses 4 and 5 at number 4 Peel Rise. He queried the determination of the department because the BD did not immediately issue a demolition order. Rather, a letter or letters were issued. As I explained just now, the BD, when a BD issues an advisory to request a landlord to take action, that's actually a normal practice. As for House 4, the underground void or space, as we pointed out in answering Lee Cheuk-yan's question and as the statement of the BD says, on the 3rd of December, they already issued a letter to request the authorized person of the landlord to submit a remedy plan to the BD. And BD's consent must be obtained before works can commence. Mr. Ronnie Tong mentioned another point. He said that when BD handled the lower ground floor suspected unauthorized servants' room, there's suspicion of protection or shielding the landlord, because during the inspection, the BD staff should have had reasonable doubt that behind the wall there's this unauthorized servants' room. And in fact, the BD should have taken immediate law enforcement action. However, Mr. Deputy, I think those remarks are rather unfair. Why? Because on the 23rd of November, Mr. C.Y. Leung published a statement. And from then till now, a great deal of information had been disclosed in front of you. including what's in the statement. That is, on the lower ground floor of House 4, there's an extension, and that extension was later sealed by a wall. When we read those information, with those information as background, Mr. Ronnie Tong's suspicion seemed to be substantiated. However, we would like to point out that a few months ago, that is on the 26th of June, when BD saw media reports and went to House 4 for an inspection, the information mastered by the BD was not that comprehensive. At that time, the media reported that inside House 4, there's an unauthorized servants' room, but there's no evidence. When BD staff went there, they acted in accordance with their established practice to try to establish whether or not there's this unauthorized building works, that is, the unauthorized servants' room as reported in the media, existed. Eventually, they discovered nothing. As for the location of the wall, which does not comply fully with the drawings, the plans, the building plans, since the BD staff then could not confirm that behind the wall there was a UBW, and in the vicinity of the wall there are no immediate hazards. So in accordance with this established practice, the BD issued letters to the person concerned to ask or inquire about the position and structure of the wall. As I said previously, the BD has to handle a large quantity of UBW cases. So given their resources, they set their priorities and they try to differentiate the hazardous UBWs from the non-hazardous UBWs. If there's no imminent danger, in accordance with their established practice, they would require the landlord to provide further information. Then they will decide the next follow-up action. In actual fact, when on the 23rd of November the landlord published a statement, the landlord explained in the statement that on the lower ground floor of House 4, there's an extension blocked by a wall. And in accordance with that piece of information, they went on a site inspection and immediately arranged for the wall to be broken at one hole so as to allow them to take follow-up action. Therefore, in our opinion, although Mr. Ronnie Tong can disagree to the judgment then by the BD staff, he cannot, on the basis of information received later, draw the conclusion that the BD staff had been unfair or had tried to protect the landlord. Next, I'd like to respond to a number of points made by Ms. Emily Lau. Well, basically, she's saying that the Development Bureau and the BD did not come forward to clarify this UBW incident. And when we came out to offer explanations, we were hesitant in our remarks. On this UBW case, the Development Bureau and the BD, on a number of occasions, provided information and explanation to the LECHCO and the public. Ever since the incident, the Development Bureau and the BD also attended LECHCO's development panel meetings. We also replied and responded to a number of written and oral questions by LECHCO members. For example, On the 12th of December, that is last Wednesday, after I answered Dr. Kwok-che's oral question, he felt that my reply was not comprehensive. So in the afternoon, he sent me a letter to ask for comprehensive information. Even on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of December, on those 3 days, I was in Shanghai on a business trip. In fact, in the evening of the 14th, we already sent a reply to Dr. Kwok-che. And last Sunday, Bureau and department colleagues were prepared to attend the development panel meeting to offer detailed explanation to members. Unfortunately, the meeting was aborted. Therefore, there is no question of we evading or escaping from the issue. Mr. Deputy, number 3, just now Mr. Alan Leung said that he could not accept what we said in a reply to the electrical. That is, for the wall of House 4, after assessment by the BD, it complied with Section 41(3) of BO and should be exempted, and prior consent from BD need not be obtained, and upon the completion of works, no documents would be required to be submitted to the BD. And the BD was of the opinion that the wall was not a breach of the BO. When the BD judged whether or not the wall should be exempted, it did not consider that by erecting the wall, it would be tantamount to an appropriate solution to address the UBW. But whether works should commence, whether report to the BD later should be required. In our reply to Dr. Kwok-che's question on the 14th, we provided 2 attachments, Appendices 1 and 2, in which we set out what works could be exempted and what works are subject to no constraints and no documents need be submitted afterwards. I'd now like to turn to Mr. Abraham Sheik's remarks about the York Road case. As criminal investigation is underway for that case, it is not convenient for us to comment on it here. Thank you.
Chief Secretary for Administration. Mr. Deputy, I thank members for their speeches. Many members said that today's motion was related to a motion in this council last week. Last Wednesday, after debate, the council voted down the motion of no confidence in the CE. And I believe that decision was in line with public opinion and sentiments. And I think today, members should also vote down Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion. That would be in line with the council's decision made last week. The CE has already given detailed explanation concerning the UBWs. He invited reporters to his house on the peak to look at the area. He also came to LEUNG and attended a CE's question time session. The CE admitted that he had an oversight. He was negligent. He had not given an entirely clear account. He promised that he would be more prudent in the future. He would observe high standards of integrity, and he was committed to serving Hong Kong people. So we can see that he is willing to show their responsibility. And of course, we also understand that it's important that the public have trust in the CE and the government. Now, in the second half of June, there were reports that there were UBWs at the CE's residence. In fact, the CE facilitated the work of the BD, and when problems were identified, he made rectifications as soon as possible. In the second half of November, after the court case, the CE immediately gave an explanation to the public, and he also instructed his APs to take the initiative to contact the BD to take follow-up action on the UBWs concerned. The BD has been dealing with the CE's case in accordance with the law and impartially. The BD is a professional law enforcement department. It works in accordance with civil service traditions. It works in accordance with established policies and principles in an impartial manner. And the staff of the BD exercise professional judgment in all UBW cases, irrespective of the persons involved in the cases. And the former Secretary for Development did not give any instructions to the BD that would influence or affect the BD's enforcement action. I want to say that the SAR government is fully behind the BD. We continue to support the BD to discharge its duties in a fair and impartial manner. In fact, Mr. Wai-kwok and Ms. Lee have pointed out that civil servants in Hong Kong have been discharging their duties in a most professional manner. If some people expresses suspicions or speculations without good grounds, if they accuse the BD of shielding the CE and acting unfairly, such accusations are really most unfair. The BD is a professional department, and one must not make arbitrary accusations against a professional department because of political considerations. And I think we should all give due respect to our professional civil service. In fact, the Surveyors Association, the Association of Government Surveyors and other unions issued a statement on the 30th of November, reiterating the BD's determination to handle UBW cases in an impartial and in a fair manner, irrespective of who were involved in those cases. Now, if a select committee is set up to investigate the matter, then that would amount to an unfounded query on the work and performance of a professional law enforcement department. So I hope that we members can base their decisions on facts. I hope that members will oppose the motion to appoint a select committee to inquire into the UBWs in the CE's residence. In fact, on the 7th of this month, Mr. Lee at the House Committee proposed that investigation be carried out under the PNP Ordinance. He said the CE should not be let off the hook lightly. And in fact, the proposal was voted down by the HC. And Mr. Lee is moving the same motion today at this sitting. And many members said in the course of the debate that we shouldn't go on and on and on in relation to this matter. In fact, Hong Kong people hope and want the CE to work for the well-being of Hong Kong people and to resolve problems in Hong Kong. In fact, since the CE assumed office, he has been working closely with principal officials and civil servants. In fact, within less than 6 months' time, a number of measures benefiting the people of Hong Kong were launched. In fact, we should judge his efforts and his work objectively and impartially. Next month, the CE will deliver the first policy address of the present term government. In fact, during the consultation on a policy address, the CE and principal officials attended district fora and met people from different sectors and heard directly from the public what they wanted. Now, we understand that the public wants the CE to deal with the poverty problem, environmental protection problems, and also the housing or land supply problem. And they also want the government to try to make sure that there will be better opportunities for the next generation. So we should be united. We should love Hong Kong. We should work for the well-being of Hong Kong and Hong Kong people. And we should not be interested in rows and disputes. I now call upon Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan to reply, and the debate will come to a close after Mr. Lee has replied.
Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. Well, so we have heard the reasons advanced to oppose to the setting up of the Select Committee. But what I cannot bear would be those advanced by Mr. Zhang Dak-sing and Mr. Hon LEE Cheuk. Please put civil servants in the spotlight. We're not investigating the civil servants. We are investigating into Mr. C.Y. Leung's case. Civil servants want to do a good job. They want to act professionally. But we don't know whether there's been any political interference. If there is, it's unfair to them. It prevents them from acting fairly and professionally. And now you are suggesting that my motion proposes an investigation into the civil service. Please don't play tricks. You should let people know that the investigation is into C.Y. Leung. It seems you have twisted the meaning that I'm suggesting that the investigation is about the Buildings Department. I think there's a big problem with the senior officials in the whole investigation. The Secretary for Development, well, you know, the way you say things, it's difficult to tell whether it's true or false. You said this Secretary for Development did not give any instruction to the Buildings Department. Maybe it's true. And was there any discussion? You didn't give any instruction, but maybe you talked with them. That might be good enough. You can still claim that there was no instruction, but there was some conversation. So I don't understand the whole thing, even now. Why you issue 4 letters to Mr. C.Y. Leung? You didn't tell the public that we had issued letters to him. Why not? Obviously, you saw a war there. You are correct that you didn't know what was behind the war, and then therefore you asked the property owner. And then the next thing to happen was on the 23rd of November. He said something, and then you went on to the investigation. Why didn't you tell people that you issued letters to Mr. C.Y. Leung? There were questions on this. There were questions about whether there was any basement chamber. You said no, but there was one. It's just like a hole covered by a cover. And you said there was no hole. You should have pulled the cover up. I'm not talking about the officers, the inspecting officers of the Buildings Department. That's not something that the inspector or the officers concerned can resolve. We want to know why. We haven't got any answers so far. So please don't try to shield Mr. Chi-wai Leung with buildings department officers. This is not acceptable. Secondly, there is a group of people who would say that he lied, but let's not investigate. Mr. Lam Tai-fai has disappointed me. I thought he would make a very marvelous speech. I could tell that he was not speaking from his heart. He sort of stopped and his body language was different. He's suggesting that we should not give the red card to him, to Mr. Leung. And it was different last week. There was no biting effect last time. So you don't want to do it when it's biting, but you could only do it when it's not biting. Maybe there's something biting over him. Maybe there's a call to follow in line, to fall in line. So maybe because of the call to fall in line, he cannot say more. I'm sympathetic. It's a karma. We're not trying to give him the red card. We are just going to investigate. We haven't even given him a yellow card. He faked a fall or a tackle by an opponent. We have to investigate, and then we can tell how to deal with it. But you don't want us to investigate. If you think he's guilty, you should support the motion, because if there's a problem of integrity, if he cheated people, he should face this council, he should face up to his problems. Mr. Andrew Leung said last time that Mr. Chi-wai Leung did not make the best use of the Q&A session to address people's doubts and questions. That's what you said, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Abraham said that he means with the truth. Ms. Mei-fun said that he provided answers in bits and pieces. And Mr. Jeffrey Lam said that my question was answered with one sentence. Many people still thought that the CE had not given a full account. So you have so many doubts, and yet you don't agree to an investigation. If you have doubts, there should be an investigation. But there are also loyal fans who have no doubts. And according to them, there was only just some oversight. According to Mr. Chung Tak-sing, the CE promised to be more prudent next time. Well, that means he's going to be a better liar next time, so that his stories would not be inconsistent. So he will be more prudent. That's true, but it's not going to be more honest. I think it's time we gave a clean government back to our people. We should give them a clean government culture. So with so many lies told, how can you talk to your young people, to your children and young people that we are not going to investigate even when someone has lied? We need to move on. And the DAB is consistent. When we want to invoke powers and privileges, they will say that this weapon should not be used. Even in the case of the greedy Donald Zhang. Especially when the investigation is into something you don't want to investigate. Of course, it's okay if we investigate the Lehman Brothers case, but you are pro-establishment. You must be loyal. Are there other alternatives? There's none. He has come twice. We are not happy with the performance. So what's the alternative if we don't want to go for PMP? I think the only choice left is your choice. We would condoning his act, and we would just leave it as that. You also said PMP is a political tool, and we want heads to roll. Well, the PMP is a tool for truth. You can all be involved. Let's hear the evidence. We are not suggesting that the Select Committee be composed of pan-Democrats only. We are all in it. This is a tool for all of us, and we should use it. And let's hear what the answers are. So you are trying to shield him. You are condoning him. And some would pit livelihood issues against credibility. And you ask us to go on and work on livelihood issues. But a government without credibility cannot improve people's livelihood because there's no moral force. And a government with no credibility would not dare to promote policies which are controversial. Then I'm concerned. That's why I'm concerned. Mr. Matthew Cheung, you're not going to promote standard working hours because that's in Mr. C.Y. Leung's manifesto. Are you trying to treat people? Because they may say that it's controversial. I dare not do it. I owe too much debt to other people. Therefore, I'm not going to promote this. So in a way, the livelihood issues will be sacrificed. Livelihood policy cannot be promoted. You cannot promote policies to benefit our people because you have your own back to cover. So we should not sacrifice credibility, and then we should just go for livelihood improvement because without one you don't get the other. We all know that the results will be preordained. So many people would just say, let's allow Mr. C.Y. Leung to move on. That would mean that credibility is dying. And for this, and for Hong Kong, we need to give 3 bows. First, second, and third bows. Credibility has died. You don't care about credibility, and you don't care about the death of credibility. You can move on. But is this something that you can do with a moral force behind you? This is not something glorious. It just means that our values, our system will be sacrificed. And now the CE has to resort to tricks and cheating to get his position. What is laughable is the way Mr. Chang Tak-sing puts it. He wants us to veto the vote of no confidence motion and also the motion on revoking PMP and likewise the impeachment motions. Let's show Mr. C.Y. Leung and these people what the public opinion is. Let's show this on the 1st of January. Let's show that we do not support a cheating government. The 1st of January is the day for Hong Kong people to tell C.Y. Leung that we are reaching at the point of eruption. We are so angry that he must step down to give Hong Kong a way out so that we can return to the right path and credibility can be resurrected, and we will no longer say that credibility has died in Hong Kong. I now put a question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan claims the division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are displayed. FC members, 32 present, 9 for, 23 against, no abstention. GC members, 31 present, 15 for, 15 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members. I declare the motion negative.
The third and the fourth members' motion